restaurants do respond really well to it. But again, because we kind of forget, right? The mom and pops, they don't have the staff that are doing all the different channels. And so when you're able to, like, Steve, I don't know who you work with, but I I think I know one, for example. When I get, when I'm in the restaurant and I talk to them, I say, have you reached out to so and so? Have you clicked on the link I sent you the email? And the response, it happens. Like I said, I think these days we're getting so much stuff coming at us. I don't know about anyone else, but I mean, I'm up at till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, sifting through emails that I just didn't get to during the day. And that's just because of the world we're in and communication and so forth. So I find that whenever you're able to really get into the right person, talking to the owner, talking to whoever, and really making sure that they have the link and making it as easy as possible for them to click on it and to, get there. It's very, it's pretty, you're pretty successful that way.
And look, the personal touch is important. Just real quick, I mean, when we did the PPP, the bank did the PPP program, my team made sure that we reached out to just about every single business client that we could, to get them involved with it. I think we think we did a good job in Miami Lakes getting them, quite a few, not quite a few, a good amount of them were restaurants. So I've got a good relationship with the owners. They really need help. They really, really need help. And if I could, call them and say, hey, look, here's a link, here's a program, complete it, move on it, I think they'd appreciate it. It's a really community local thing. So.
Okay, so we could entertain a motion in terms of ideas as it relates to what we can do. I do think you made a good point, Andrea, which is that not everybody's on these social media channels, and it's a small enough town that we could do some type of effort that would be more direct. So we can direct the town staff to do some type of whatever that might be. Whether it be an email out to, because they do have an email list. Maybe we can send an email out with the right links and proper information about this program. Any motions on the floor regarding this item?
We have a couple things that we floated around. So I like the idea of the email stuff. I remember that I had thought about phone banking to some degree, just because I don't think it's practical for everybody to realistically visit all these restaurants throughout the town, especially because we all do other things throughout the day. But I figured it's easier to pick up a phone. But I'm wondering if you all think that that's, a phone banking campaign rather is feasible generally. If it's something that we as a committee could do, or something as the town could do, to get a personal touch without actually going to every single restaurant that we can.
Phone banking is expensive. You're talking about us individually doing phone banking?
Oh yeah. Right.
Like spread it out between the team.
Yeah. So Andrea, approximately how many restaurants are in the town of Miami Lakes? 50.
Quizzing me right now? Well, there aren't that many. Okay. No, but I mean, to be honest, I know our property managers communicate with our restaurants all the time. So when things like this come up, I know, like, I'll send an email and I'll be like, property managers, send this specifically to the restaurants.
Let's say non-chain restaurants, right? Yeah. So that's a focus group. Could be what, 20, 30? I mean, 3 people could knock out 10 phone calls each.
Yeah.
It's my thought on it.
I'd be in on that idea. We would just need to get the information so that we know who we're calling.
So how about a motion to direct town staff to send an email to the distribution list that they have of restaurant owners, and to supply a list to the EDC so that the EDC can make the phone calls. And then once we have that list, we could distribute it.
I'll second it.
There's moved by Castro, seconded by Brimo. Any discussion on the item? Willie, is that broad? Is that too broad of a direction for staff to take back? I think communications does a great job, so I figured they can take that and run with it.
Yeah, we can put it together. I agree.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there's any other discussion? I see a thumbs up by, oh, that's a thumbs up from Elizabeth. Okay, cool. That means that she's ready to rock and roll. All right. Any other discussion?
What's cool about this, guys, is that we're becoming embedded with restaurants with our twice weekly bingo. So I think connecting now we're meeting the owners and we're out there, and especially Elizabeth. Elizabeth's our person on site. By the way, guys, that program is making a massive difference, and nobody's doing anything close to this. So we just picked up our first sponsor recently, besides the Grams, but we hope to. The plan is to go all the way to December if we have to, if we get the sponsorship. So I'm going to need all you guys to support us and help us look for these sponsors that are able to sponsor. And we appreciate you, Andrea. I know we redirected some funds, and we appreciate that. So thank you. And yes, we're embedded with these restaurants now, so let's just keep building that relationship.
Fantastic. Okay. Any other discussion? We got a first and a second to direct the town staff to distribute an email communication about this program that's available through the county, and to provide us with a list of those businesses with phone numbers so that we can distribute it amongst us members that would like to make the phone bank calls and make sure that they're all aware of this program and this grant. That's the motion. Any other discussion?
Should we
Okay.
appoint or ask certain individuals while we're on the line who would want to volunteer for that when
Sure, we
Willie
can.
can get that to us? I mean,
Sure.
I'd gladly volunteer for that.
Okay,
I'll
we got
volunteer.
one. We got two. Brimo, Castro, Alvarez. Did I hear Magali?
Yes.
Ms. Rubio?
Yes.
Anybody else? I'll be glad to.
I could do that.
Mr. Tingle, you too. You got those names? Did you write those names down? The phone bank volunteers?
No, I'm gonna go to the video, and then I'll
Okay.
read back the minutes via the video.
Oh, awesome. That's awesome.
Because your motion started with the with the town staff, and then it went to the EDC.
Okay, so the motion, to be clear, is that we're directing town staff to send an email to the businesses about the program that's available, the grant, the restaurant grant. And in addition, we're asking the town staff to provide the EDC with a list of the business that are available with phone numbers so that we can do a phone bank. I
Okay.
got Castro, Brimo, Rubio, Alvarez, and myself as willing to pick up the phones and make those calls.
Okay.
And that's a first and it was first moved by Castro and seconded by
Steve.
Primo. Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion? Move the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes. Okay. Next item is 6C, report to council. Just to report that we did the report to council. Council came back with good feedback. Just Collazo and Sid both expressed gratitude to the team for the work that we've done. And I just wanted to pass that information on to you if you didn't see the meeting. So kudos to you guys for all the work you've done. Thank you. 6, any discussion about that or any comments? Okay, moving on. 6D, BTR update. That's Mr. Sanchez. Do we have an update on the BTRs?
Yes, and we haven't forgot about the BTR list. The person responsible for producing the list for us has been on vacation. I did follow up last week, and I followed up today again. And I think she returned today to work. We are going to include the phone numbers like John had recommended and Mr. Blanco. But as soon as I get that, I will send it. I'll divide it with your permission, like we did before, and send it to everybody so we can, jump on those calls.
Got it.
I know we had
Yeah.
some new businesses this week that opened up, so the list is,
you know, Willie, this is certainly not a reflection on you, but I can't go without saying that it's frustrating to not have that list. And I mean, I'm new to this group, but I've been on this group for about 10 months now or so. And we've been, since I got here, we've been talking about that BTR list, and I want to do whatever we can do to make sure that we get it, because it's a very key function, I think, from my understanding from the history of the EDC, that we get that and we are able to make that initial communication, welcome the business to the team, find out what their process. I mean, to me, I think there's invaluable information we can gain from these new businesses coming into our town. Why are what brought them here? What was the process like? How could we support them? What are some of their needs, and get them connected to the right people? I really would like to see that happen. So again, it's nothing against you. I think you guys are rock stars, all of you, and appreciate you. But I just wanted to put it on the record that we really do need to do whatever is possible to get that back. And I've done a couple of pushes myself, and I'll continue my efforts to get that. Okay. Any other comments or questions? No. Okay. It is moving on then to new business 7A, the scavenger hunt. Ms. Richichi did some homework on that. And
I did homework, and I apologize for missing the last meeting. It conflicted with a bigger meeting that I'm also a part of, and but I believe everyone saw my update that I had submitted then. After that update, I did have an actual conversation with the folks of Goose Chase. And then I did have a couple of conversations with the town too, just because I do think it'd be a good application for actually the town as a whole, not just for the EDC, from a financial perspective, because there is a cost associated with it. And so overall, I think it's a great idea. I don't even know where to begin. I think it's a safe way to have fun in the town of Miami Lakes. I think it's a safe way to visit businesses. I think the app base is the way to go, not to do like an old fashioned, print version, because that was a part of my initial suggestions in my scavenger hunt. But afterwards and having the conversation, I do believe that it is a great event that could be used throughout the year, as I mentioned to some of the town staff. And I think from cultural affairs to the neighborhood improvement committees, I think it's something that, if the EDC wanted to move forward with doing, strictly just focusing on businesses or partnering with another committee to expand it, I think it would be great. There's an opportunity to do a test run, which I was gonna hopefully set up and do a little mini test run that's free. But at the end of the day, there's a lot that would go into the planning of it, and I'd like to suggest having a subcommittee for it. And when I say a subcommittee, I mean a subcommittee, a small committee of maybe 3 to 4 people. And the reason why is because there is so many things that could be done, that your ideas and too many ideas could almost be a detriment to the planning of the process. And so overall, there's decisions to be made. And again, this is something that I'd like to have the subcommittee, meet and then either come up, make the recommendation, and then move forward with the rest of the rest of the committee's approval. But there's a lot of things, from the amount of time that you want to have to run the scavenger hunt. It could be run for a month, it could be run for a week, it could be run for a day. You can have multiple games running at the same time, and I say that because it's from the town's perspective. If they wanted to invest in like a full year unlimited for participants, then it's something that the EDC could have something going on, the cultural affairs could be having something going on. It's mission driven, and it can be automated, done on a timely basis. So if, for example, you wanted to push business to a certain shopping center, or to you wanted to do something, it's been raining all day and you want to get people out to the parks, you can automate it like for the next hour. If someone goes somewhere, they can get points for a certain mission that they accomplish. So it can be time sensitive or automated. Obviously, the longer that you run it, it needs to have more missions. So again, this is all like decisions that I feel that need to be done on a subcommittee level. But I don't see a negative overall from at the end of the day of wanting to move forward with something like this as far as from an economic development standpoint. When I spoke to the folks at Goose Chase, they said many municipalities and chambers of commerces and other business organizations are using this. And so, you know, it's really at the end of the day a decision on how do we want to approach businesses to participate, or do we just want to come up with our own things. But again, it is something to move people around safely. I think, again, as I mentioned, I think it's important to have a subcommittee that can basically put together if this is something we want to go in the direction. You know, I don't know how honestly, to explain more than what I've written or have done, just because there's so many, just basically decisions that need to be done from the standpoint of designing the scavenger hunt.
So I have a question. So
Yes.
thank you. I appreciate that you've done all that, because it's a lot of work to make that. And so basically what I'm understanding is there's an app, and then that app, you have a lot of flexibility in terms of how you structure the scavenger hunts, what's involved, what activities, where they have to go, what they have to do, etc. And all that can be customized essentially to whatever the EDC feels that we can do. And then we can, like to your point, we can add other people, other
Correct.
groups, and make it where we can spread the cost out throughout some other committees, and
Correct.
make it a benefit to the whole town,
Right.
not just the small businesses.
No,
That sounds really cool.
So yeah, so I mean, from a cost perspective, it's $1,000 to run an unlimited game, which they say is about basically 200 participants. And you know, again, it comes down to how do you want to structure it? Do you want participants to be families? Do you want groups of 4? People can play one app, one person. You can play one family, one login. You could play one login, 4 different people from 4 different families. You know, again, these are all kind of questions of part of the structure process.
Is sponsorship an app? Like sponsorship does the app
Yes.
allow for? Yeah, cool. So you basically you have a motion, or essentially, or proposing to put a motion on the floor that would be like to have a subcommittee that.
Correct. That kind of just frames it all. You know,
Okay.
the other thing which I had spoken to town staff with is, you know, it's $1,000 for, you know, basically one game, unlimited participation duration, whatever. Or as the folks told me, it's $5,000 for over a year, unlimited overall. So I was saying it really sounded like something that maybe from the town may want to look into from all aspects of activities. The folks at Goose Chase told me they do this for onboarding new employees. It's, you know, it could be for the youth activity task force for different events. The spot, you know, it could be something that is just from, you know, if you go on Goose Chase right now, you can like type in a city and they have standard like Miami missions that you can go in and play. And so it could be a Miami Lakes one, you know, just a welcome to Miami Lakes one that you could market to the local businesses and, you know, for visitors or hotels, you know, as something that people can do while they're here. So again, and talking with town staff, I said, you know, the $1,000 obviously would be for what I guess the EDC would be if we were focusing, but if there was a broader appetite and you know, interest, then the other would be smart too.
Cool. All right. Well, let's. I would propose that you put a motion on the floor, and then.
Okay, so I'd like to put a.
We'll...
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion on the floor for the development of a subcommittee of 3 to 4 people. And I say that just because, again, I think there, as I mentioned, there's so many different things out there that you could really use to develop that I think it'd be important to have, a tighter knit group as far as coming up with it. To frame out the scavenger hunt and how it would look, to come back before the committee for final approval to move forward.
Okay, we have a
If
motion.
if I may add, Chairperson Blanco,
Sure.
I suggest also, if the committee's will is to proceed with the event, to also vote, to propose a vote for the event actually taking place at a certain date, this year.
But without, like, if we want to move forward with what you're saying, Willie, is that you're suggesting that there be an amendment to the motion, is that what you're asking for? Like to clarify?
So for like a time frame?
So a time frame to,
Yeah, well, this could be a new event for the town and for your committee. So we have to, the committee has agreed to proceed with the event, and then the subcommittee can be formed.
okay, my confusion is that we don't know what the event's going to look like because the committee hasn't decided that.
Correct. It'll be a general event. Let's put it in general terms that we are
Got it.
going to do the scavenger hunt.
Okay, got
General
it.
pop-up.
We're approving the idea of a scavenger hunt, and there's a subcommittee that's going to design what, when, where, and all that, and that you would expect that it be done by the end of the year. Is there a reason for the time frame? I just want to know if it's because of a city thing that we need a time frame on it.
Well, the reason, whether it'll be at the end of the year or in a few months, we want to push traffic to these businesses to
As soon as
continue
possible,
the goodwill.
obviously.
Yeah.
Right, of course.
And in regards to the sponsorship, to paying for the app, we're considering $1,000 commitment for now. And that will come from our pop-up event budget that we have.
Wonderful. So the EDC is not, this $1,000 wouldn't come out of the EDC's budget. It's going to come out of the town's pop-up budget, event budget.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. And to clarify about the sponsorship aspect of it, it goes well. Maybe that sponsorship can pay for the 5,000 unlimited option in the future.
Right. Okay. All right. So not exactly the protocol in terms of the Robert's Rules of Order, but Andrea, if you want to, withdraw your motion and start a new motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
And my new motion would be to establish a scavenger hunt before the end of the year, that will be used to promote traffic to our local businesses within Miami Lakes. And in order to move forward, I'd like to establish a subcommittee to meet of approximately 3 to 4 individual members of the committee, that will create the framework of the scavenger hunt and bring back to the general committee for final approval to move forward.
Wonderful.
I'll second that motion.
There's a second by Romy on that. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. We would have to select the members. You can select the members, I guess, Andrea, or you can say, like, kind of give people a taste of, what you think would be the ideal team to do this.
I think the ideal
less
team,
ideas and more execution is what I'm
no,
thinking.
absolutely. I think the ideal team would be individuals that are familiar with most of the businesses in the community, who maybe have a relationship with other, if you have family aged children. I think someone like that would be beneficial, because then we could make sure that we're maybe gearing some of the missions to include family outings within. I think someone who's connected to the business community, because I think there's opportunities to promote kind of door prizes. So, knowing businesses that would want to participate, it was in my thought processes, probably some of us had plans for different trade shows during the summer and those didn't happen. So we maybe have piles of boxes of swag that could be used if people showed up to a certain spot and they could get, the first 50 people that came to the mission and did it, they would get something. And, I think someone who's not afraid to call, make conversations, think outside the box to make it fun. I think I was told the crazier, the funner, the more creative it is, the more successful these scavenger hunts are. If they're too simple and boring, it's hard to gain traction too. So, anyone interested?
Here. That sounds great.
Does it have your name on it?
Does it have your name on it?
But only if you do it with me, Andrea.
I'm on it.
Yeah,
I've got great ideas, but I
It's
need
so
help.
funny when you're like, if they have swag to give away that was supposed to be given in the summer, like if you could see a picture of my office right now.
See, I'm thinking outside the box. So that's what I'm, again, there's, like I said, it's opportunities to be, social, creative, missions could be riddles, they could be questions. There's in my head, someone who frequents the different businesses and locations and knowing what things look like. So that way you could have, good descriptions of places to send people to do missions. Okay, Rami and I. Anyone else?
You got two.
I can help out, Andrea.
You got Jessica and
Jessica,
Alex
you're on?
raising their hand as well.
All right.
I'm just leaving room for you guys to take it on. I know you guys will do a great job. You lost me at creative.
It was bad.
So I think you got 4 there.
Okay, wonderful.
Romy, Jessica, Alex, and Andrea.
Okay,
I like the idea también, Andrea.
okay.
I'm for the idea also.
All righty.
There you go. All right. So a lot of things have come out of the subcommittees that we've set up as a team, and so I wouldn't be surprised. I'm expecting and I'm a great result from this team. So.
And I failed to
fun.
mention that, there's the social media aspect. So pictures are being taken or as people, you compete with other people. So you might see pictures popping up on your app of people already completing missions. You're able to then use it also on social media. From a branding perspective, you can, at the end, there's a recap. You can in live frame, if someone did a mission and went over and above, you could give them bonus points for doing it. Again, sounds really great. I think it will be
fun.
A lot of fun for, I think, the business that are interested. I did actually take a temperature gauge of some of the businesses on Main Street, and I was, there was good response back as far as participating in something like this. So
I think it's great. Okay, so we have covered the agenda. Any other comments or questions? Moving on to 8, announcements. Any announcements? Okay, then number 9 is adjournment. So we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And Romy has moved. Second?
Second.
Second by Robinson. He said it right before Brimo raises it, right after Brimo raises hand. All right, second by Robinson. And now we'll move to vote. I imagine there's no discussion. No? Okay, good. We'll move to vote. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
It is now 4:55 p.m. on September 9th. Thank you, Mr. Tingle, for doing the notes and doing secretary's role. That's important for transparency.
Yep.
And thank you all for all the work that you're doing, and looking forward to I guess, Andrea, you would reach out to Mr. Willie and schedule a
Yes.
time. All right, wonderful.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, guys, we'll see you guys soon. And
Thank
all the
you.
best. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Neil,
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
thank you.
Elsa. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm great, thank you.
I'm tired.
Long day, huh?
Long day. Hi, Joseph. We have you today. We have Joseph.
I don't
Yeah,
see him. There he is.
how
Yeah,
are you?
Joseph.
Yes, Joseph, I'm waiting for you. Yes.
I'm right here, brother. How you doing?
All right, I'm trying to get everybody on. Hopefully, I've got 5:15.
Okay.
I see Charles was on earlier. I think I saw his picture there. See who else joins us.
I'm using my son's laptop now for the Zoom meetings, and it works great, better than the tablet.
Yeah, it does. I'm using my wife's Surface laptop,
Okay.
and it's much better than my
Yeah.
iPad.
Charles is there. Susan Chupani is there. Hi, my dear.
I don't see her.
Who else? Vicente Rodriguez is there.
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, I see you, Vincente. How are you today? I just saw you a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Okay.
Another meeting.
Elsa, how many do we have so far?
Oh, right now, it's just 1, 2, 3.
I'm here. I'm trying to get my video. This is Yvette.
Oh, Juliet.
Yolette.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Yolette. How are you?
Is Vicente part of our committee? No.
No, he's got something they want to discuss with us.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sarah, this is William. Are you here for public comments?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yes.
Sarah's with me on the Swarm team. Javi as well.
Okay, thank you. Welcome
Hey,
aboard,
guys.
Sarah.
Hey guys, what's up? Thank you. Yeah, you
Who else?
Hi, Suzanne. How are you? Good. How many do we have? Do we have 6 yet?
No. 1.
Hello.
Welcome, Priscilla. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. Good to be here.
Who's that? Priscilla?
Priscilla, public comments. She's going to be discussing the artifacts.
Oh, okay, okay. I remember her, yes, from the last
Hi,
time.
Priscilla.
Yes.
Hello, Neil. How are you?
Good, good.
Good. Awesome. Wow.
Great, great. All right.
We have 5, Neil, 5.
Okay, I need 6.
Where's Felicia? Let me call.
She's got a new job, so I don't know if she's on the road riding or what, trying to get.
Neil, let's give it another few minutes. We have to 6:25, more or less. So
Okay.
if it's okay with you, let's give it a few more minutes. Seeing some people join us.
All right.
We have until what time? 6:25?
Yeah, only an hour and
Oh
something.
boy, a lot to discuss. In an
Yeah,
hour.
we got a lot to cover, and I've got
Yeah.
a lot of public comments that are
Yeah,
coming.
yeah.
So we've got to move as expeditiously as we can to get everybody on.
Yeah.
Mm.
Happening. And then Carla, too. I don't know.
You count, I see Charles is painting at home. Is he on?
Charles?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the painting and I see his name is listed, but he's not on.
Okay, he probably walked away, but he's already
Yeah, Charles signed in.
signed in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Neil, what's your background on your screen? Is
I
that
can't
the
tell.
Everglades?
Oh, that's the. Oh, that's.
Oh, America City.
America Cities background. I got to get rid of that. The town was one of the finalists in one of the American cities. And so we had to make a presentation for the cultural
Hi,
affairs.
my dear. You gonna get on for the meeting?
There's Charles. How you doing, Charles?
Okay, are you on?
Hey, Charles, how you
Yes,
doing?
yes, 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 yes.
He's on mute.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Carla's gonna log in right now. She's driving.
Oh, Lord. Okay, tell her to be careful out there
Yeah.
driving.
No, you're not gonna see her, but she can hear us.
Okay. So that makes 6?
That would make 6. And
Okay.
Felicia is the other one.
What about Diane? We didn't hear from her?
I don't have her number.
Okay.
Diana Soto? Diana? Mirelis always comes.
Okay.
Morelis has a conflict with another meeting. She won't be able to join us.
Okay.
Right, she did indicate that.
George Lasso.
What about Edgar?
Hi, my dear. We need you for a quorum.
Great, great. Yoletta, is that the baby? Is that the baby? Look at there. My goodness. Isn't that great?
It keeps me busy.
All right. That's okay. I think we got 6 now, don't we? Elsa? You're muted. You're muted. You are muted. I can't hear you.
Hello.
Okay, who's that?
Carla.
Carla. How you doing, Carla?
Good.
All right. Drive carefully out there now.
I will. I'll be listening though.
All right. So we got 6, Elsa. Want to unmute you. Willie, can you unmute Elsa? Okay.
There we
Elsa.
go. Okay.
All right. Great. Okay. Well, we're going to get started because it's 5:22. And Willie's on. Good afternoon. This is the Town of Miami Lakes Cultural Affairs Committee meeting. Today is September 9th, 2020. The time is 5:22. My name is Neil Robinson, and I'm calling the meeting to order. Roll call, Elsa, please.
Okay. Elsa Reus. Neil.
Present.
Juliet.
Here.
Yeah. Charles.
Present.
Suzanne. Carla.
Here.
And Felicia should be coming on soon.
All right. Okay, we're going to get started. There are some items that will not require us to take action. And so I will entertain any motions to modify, change, or do some deferrals or additions to the agenda. Is there any new thing that we need to add? Okay, hearing none, we will then proceed with public comments. This afternoon, I'm very pleased to welcome the mayor, the Town of Miami Lakes Mayor Executive Assistant, Mr. Joe Sosa, who will be introducing someone to us, and then following him, we will have a update from Priscilla regarding the artifact case that we are going to purchase to be displayed in Town Hall.
And then also, Neil, I see that Javi Sayas is
Javi.
there,
Okay.
and he's going to be, is it Javi or Christina?
Oh, then we have,
We can't hear you.
okay.
I think Christina's gonna probably be talking instead of Javi, right?
Okay, we'll
Okay.
unmute her as well when we get to her,
Yeah,
okay?
right.
Okay, so let's start, please. Joseph, welcome. Please unmute Joseph. There you go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Neil. How's everyone today? Good?
Good.
Okay, great. Today, pretty much, the mayor asked me to introduce you to individuals. The first one I wanted to introduce, he's already online, Mr. Javi Zayas. He has a company, kind of like an entertainment prop company, and he's here today along with his assistant to do a small presentation of what he talked to the mayor about. We have Halloween coming up, and then because of the COVID situation, it's preventing a lot of families and many of the residents from not doing things traditionally. And the idea that he spoke to the mayor about was to do a very similar, kind of like a haunted house, but in a drive-through format, all outside. And I'm going to give him an opportunity to do the presentation as well. And then we thought about the location, and we spoke to Vicente, who represents the University of Ana G. Mendez, and they're very great partners of the town. And he loved the idea, but of course he has some, some questions. He wants to see how the committee and Mr. Zayas and the university can work together. So pretty much the mayor loves the idea. He will support it 110% if things can move forward without any issues. And of course, he will also promote it himself and so on. And so far, for what I've seen, some of the information he presented to me, it looks great. The mayor saw it as well. And so we just want to give you guys an opportunity to maybe host it along with the university. It does not cost the town. It doesn't cost the committee anything. But I'll let Mr. Zayas and Christina, I believe is her name, the assistant, who will do a little small presentation for you guys and ask all the questions. And if you need any assistance from the mayor's office, please do not hesitate to let us know. Okay, the goal is to try to, bring something to the town, under these circumstances. We have to cancel so many wonderful events that the town always do every year. So let's see what we can do. Okay, so I'll be here for a few before I go on to my next meeting. All right.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph. I don't know if can you guys hear me? This is Javi.
We can hear you, Javi. We can't see you though.
Oh no, because I'm actually driving, so I figured I'd just come on.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the opportunity. As Joseph mentioned, our company is called Swarm. We're an events company down in South Florida. We're headquartered in Wynwood. Because of the pandemic, there's been, obviously we've been out of work for the last 6 months, so we've kind of been brainstorming on concepts that could be social friendly, and we came up with a not so spooky drive-through adventure and drive-through pumpkin patch. Christina is actually on the call as part of our team, and so is Sarah. Christina is actually at the office, so she's going to share the presentation from her screen and kind of give you guys a presentation with all the details of the event. I just wanted to kind of introduce myself and thank you guys for taking the opportunity to hear us out, and looking forward to working with you guys all soon.
Great, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christina. Nice to meet you over Zoom. To both Joseph and Javi's point, we wanted to bring together an idea that would bring the community together in light of the current situation. Just some background on myself, I grew up in Miami Lakes. I went to Miami Lakes Elementary, Our Lady of the Lakes. I obviously grew up going to the Methodist Church Pumpkin Patch, and I know that the community will be sad to know that that's not happening this year. So I will introduce you to a concept that we're working on that will introduce a family-friendly event to the neighborhood, and bring some festivities to the season in a safe way. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let me know if anyone has any issues. Can you all see?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so right off the bat, the event name would be the Not So Spooky Drive-Through Adventure and Harvest Market. It would involve Miami's first ever drive-through pumpkin patch, some photo opportunities, a trick-or-treat alley, which I think is particularly interesting given that this year, you know, families aren't going to want to have their children going door to door, some food trucks and goodie bags, but we'll get through everything in a minute. So just as an overall, the Not So Spooky Adventure and Farmers Market is a month-long drive-through fall experience. And again, it's an opportunity for families to come together and celebrate the fall season from the safety of their cars. And as an added positive note on the event, it really is going to bring a lot of work and opportunity to an industry that's, you know, suffering, of course, due to COVID right now. The event outline. So from the beginning, we would offer goodie bags to each family upon entry, and we would create a drive-through of sorts, trick-or-treat alley, where kids can stop along the way, they'll lower their windows, and we'll offer them candy, of course, individually wrapped from a social distance space. So within 6 feet, you know, we would have a candy dispenser that would fill their totes with candy along the way from familiar characters, giving them that opportunity to have that experience in a safe way, again, that won't be available to them this year. Following the trick-or-treat alley, we would create a Not So Spooky Adventure. So again, completely and absolutely kid-friendly. And it would be an opportunity for them to go through a haunted house of sorts, lower their windows, there'd be ambient noises, and they'd really just have that experience of a haunted house, but again, in a family-friendly way. After they make their way through the Not So Spooky Adventure, we would have Miami's first ever drive-through pumpkin patch, which is actually a concept that they're doing a lot in New York at the moment, which seems to be working for farmers markets. And this would offer the neighborhood an opportunity to get their pumpkins and take them home and carve them, again, all from the safety of their car, and completely contactless payment options available. They would open their trunk and we would load their car. And I know this is something that Miami Lakes would love, given the popularity of the Methodist Church in past years. So being able to offer this to the community, I think, is really exciting and something that people will come together and love. And then just continuing a little further, we would have a harvest market of sorts, where we would have local vendors offering favorite fall treats. Think pumpkin pies, maybe some candles. Again, here we would also have pumpkins available for purchase. And we would have beautiful photo vignettes set up where families can take their traditional harvest photos for the year. Again, all socially distanced. We follow all CDC regulations, making sure everything is sanitized throughout the property, you know, making sure that we're monitoring the number of people entering this area at any given point, so that families can feel really safe, but at the same time still have that opportunity to take that family photo and not miss out on a year or any traditions that they may have. And obviously, again, just going forward, we've implemented a lot of safety procedures to make sure that people feel safe, because that is a top priority for us. We would limit the speed, obviously, again, following CDC distancing, and really make sure that everything is very locked up and tight according to the COVID protocols. Following that, looking at the hours of operation, we are thinking of offering this for the entire year. We would like to start on September 25th and operate through the 31st or even November 1st on Sunday, starting on weekends from 12 to 7 p.m. Of course, given the popularity and demand, we're open to adding more days, but we think that this is a good place to start. And that's about it. That's the idea. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, so the tickets, how do you get the tickets? Eventbrite, or you have to purchase tickets?
So the tickets are available through Eventbrite. And of course you can purchase them on site the day of. If someone's driving by and they see something interesting is going on and they'd like to attend, absolutely, they can drive through and purchase a ticket at the door. Tickets would be sold on a per car basis. So it would be, you know, one ticket entrance, we're thinking around $40 per family, and that would allow them entrance to the trick-or-treat alley, where they would, each individual would get a goodie bag with candy and some toys, things of that nature. The entrance to the drive-through adventure haunted house, as well as entrance to the drive-through pumpkin patch and the harvest market, where they'll have opportunity to take photos on their phones with the photo beignets at no additional cost.
And that would be $40 per family, per car, per family. Per car. Per car.
I had understood earlier, Joseph, I thought it was $29 to $30, but you say now it's 40?
Pre-sale tickets would begin at $29, yes.
Okay, pre-sale.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And of course, we would be working, or we would like to work with local schools, local churches, and offering rebates to the youth leagues, and offering, again, discounted ticket offers to the community and through different outlets.
Okay, Christine, did you say you went to the Miami Lakes Methodist Church?
Yes. So
are they going to have their pumpkin patch this year?
No, sir.
They're not at all.
No, sir. So
okay. So I just didn't want us to interfere with what
to have a conflict with them.
Exactly.
Of course not. No, and we love the Methodist Church. Again,
Great.
I grew up going to that pumpkin patch. I'm a huge fan, and like I said, I think that the community will be saddened to hear that that won't be happening this year, because I think that that's a place where most families take their annual photos every year, and you know, purchase their pumpkins and get them. So I think this is an opportunity for us to bring a different outlet for them this year.
Okay, I have Vincente Rodriguez on, who is an administrator at Ana Mendez University, and that would be the location that we would host this event, if at all. Is that correct, Vincente? You want to speak up, please?
Yes, I appreciate it from the town of Miami Lakes, like always, the opportunity to host this type of events. I could also bring the proposal up to the chain of directors in the university, but right off the bat, I have a couple of concerns based on previous events that have been proposed at our university and that have been denied because of two reasons. The first reason is that the duration of the event is too long for us to have the parking committed for over a month. We were thinking about 2 or 3 days at the most for an event like this. I don't think actually we will have an event for more than 1 or 2 days before. And the other concern is the ticket price. We will usually want to promote or sponsor activities which are considered a public service. If there is a charge, will be a nominal charge, $10, $15. Nothing, I'm not saying that your event is not worth whatever price you wish to charge for, but we're not in the use of promoting events that are a business concern to other companies. We just do community service of sorts. So those are the two concerns that I have at the time. I'm more than willing to bring the proposal up, like I said, to a chain of directors. But if you maybe consider to having all 3 events in 3 different locations, having the pumpkin patch in one place, the goodie bags in another, and the spooky house in another, well, maybe we could work that way or something. But yeah, those are the concerns that I have at the moment. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Well, in regards to the use of the parking lot, the event would only operate on the weekends, so we can definitely take a look as to how we can manage making the parking lot available to you. In the evenings, it would be available as well, being that the event would end at 7. So it's definitely something that we can have a conversation about. And then in regards to the price point, the harvest market would be available free of charge for those who didn't necessarily want to spend the extra money on the entire experience. And of course, again, we would be working with the local community and schools, churches of that nature, and offering different rebates as an opportunity for them to get discounted tickets pre-sale prior to entering at the door. So.
Okay. The one issue that we face right now is the time constraints that we're under it. Today is September the 9th, and this is to be done in Halloween, which would be in October sometime. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so we need to take a look at that. And anyway, I just wanted you all to make your presentation to our committee, Cultural Affairs, and then we will discuss it this afternoon and then make some decisions about it. And at least we can have a video, a teleconference call with you and Javier, I believe it is, and come up and with Willie to see if we can work this out, and also with Vincente, because again, their concern is, again, the price point that it costs to do it, and the location. And as he said, the Ana Mendez University has been very, very supportive of the town of Miami Lakes in various events. And again, they've never charged us anything. And so we need to make sure that if we are trying to do this, that, it follows the same procedures that we've had in the past. Again, the other issue is, I was just thinking the fact that the Methodist Church is not going to have its pumpkin patch this year. This is something I think we can talk about, but I need to move on because I've got other items to cover before this evening. And so if you will allow us to get back to you no later than tomorrow on our decision about being sponsors or being a partner in this event, we will do so. So again, I thank you all so very much for your presentation. Vincente, it's always a pleasure to have you. And Joseph, thank you for bringing it to us. And we certainly will give it a lot of consideration and govern ourselves accordingly as to how we will proceed. So again, Christina, thank you for coming and presenting. It was very well presented to us. Now we have some decision to make. Thank you, and you may leave at this point because I've got another person who's coming on in just a second. So thank you again.
Wonderful.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You'll be hearing from us. Thank you again. Let's move on, please. The next item, Priscilla, since you are homegrown and you look like a New Yorker, from a graduate from Columbia. We're so proud of you. Great.
But I'm in Miami right now. So.
Well, that's great.
Take Miami out.
Oh,
Neil,
never come back.
If I may say, Neil, Elsa, we lost Elsa. She's trying to log back in as we speak.
Okay. Go right ahead, Priscilla.
Sure. Am I able to do a screen share on the Zoom?
Yeah, the other person just did. I don't know what.
Okay, got it.
Try and see.
Priscilla, I gotta make you co-host. Give me 1 second, please.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, Priscilla, you should be able to do it now.
Magic. Got it. All right. Let's do this. All right. So there's going to be two items I'm going to discuss that they're both related to Madden's Hammock. The first one would be about the display case that will house the artifacts that we most recently acquired from the University of Florida. This new display case will be situated at Town Hall in tandem with the existing display case, and it will house the new artifacts. And let me find the image. Right here. So the design of this new display case prioritizes the fact that Madden's Hammock is historically a meeting ground. So where people come together, form community and dialogue. Let me make this a little bit bigger. So this display case will be 7 feet tall by 4 feet wide by 2 feet depth. And the interior of the cabinet will house 17 chambers, 4 of which these chambers will be allocated to the artifacts acquired, protected behind a museum glass casing. And for the other 13 chambers, the Seminole Tribe representatives, the Miccosukee, the Florida Public Archaeological Network, Bob Carr, the former county archaeologist, Jennifer Tismere from the Deering State, and artists that are engaged with South Florida history and ecology will all be invited to loan materials for each one of the chambers to create a dynamic community conversation, hence meeting ground. So this is an image of what it would look like. When you approach it, you won't see the artifacts right away. So there's this unveiling that happens, this arriving, much like when you go into the archive in the museum, everything is sort of stowed away really neatly inside cabinetry. And then there's this opening and pulling of the drawers. And I see something about, okay, I'm admitting someone. Hopefully it's the right person. And yeah, so there's this sort of engagement happening. And so it's meant to be this sort of living archive where there will be books and literature and maybe some contemporary objects brought in from the artists, such as Mark Dion, David Brooks, or Christina Pedersen. And I can go over the budget breakdown if that is useful information. So to have the cabinet fabricated, it will be $2,500, $100 for it to be delivered. Between the design, installation, handling, contingencies, and artist fees would be $300. And to print the text and the signage that will inform the viewers what they are looking at, the history, all that content would be another $100. That possibly could be an in-kind donation from the Florida Public Archaeological Network, but all of that fits within the 3,000 cap that we are at. And the timeline will be to have this all ready. We can do it by mid to late October of this year, with the conversation that I had with the carpenter I'm collaborating with. And hopefully I'm looking to apply for additional grants to help raise artist honorariums to pay them for their participation. I'll work on that on my own accord, or if there's any guidance from the CAC, that'd be great. I guess before I move to the next item, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the display case, the artifacts, and who I'm bringing into the fold or already in dialogue with. So.
Tricia, the material that's being used, is it wood, or what
Yes,
kind of wood is it?
solid wood. It would be the same kind of wood that the current display case. Actually, that one's made as a veneer, but this one would be solid wood, and the finish would be the same color, like a cherry ochre wood, I believe.
Okay.
It is. So they're meant to echo each other so that there's a flow in town hall.
Good.
Priscilla, the committee already voted to allocate these funds. What we need from the vendors are the invoices. The sooner the better, because I have to process payment before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. What is that date? Just December?
September 30th. I need them before then. So maybe a week before, if it's possible.
By September 30th. All right.
September
yeah.
23rd, if you can, please.
23rd invoice. So with basically like fabrication and delivery. Okay. And I guess I could create my own invoice for the other items on the budget, like the text for signage and printing.
Well,
and
Willie, why don't you get with her and
Yeah.
you all can work out that?
I will.
Already,
all right, we'll
worked
iron
out
that
there.
out.
Okay, Priscilla, we look forward to working with you on it, and we'd like to have a big event on the date that we install it at Town Hall, and that we could have a really great evening where people could come out and see it, and some of the individuals who are offering the artifacts, and just have a really great evening for that. So
Yeah.
please work with Willie on the procurement piece as it relates to what is required, so that they can. We've made the funds available. So again, thank you. We look
Sure.
forward to it. I've got to move on. Thank you so very much. Please, you got another thing you need to add?
Yeah, there was about the temporary outdoor installation that's going to be on site in Madden's Hammock. That
Okay.
The project's titled Native Miami Lakes, and it'll be a series of monumental temporary outdoor sculptures that will be within the property lines of Madden's Hammock that Miami Lakes owns. And the figurative sculptures will be, this is sort of like illustration of what they would look like from a distance, but the figurative sculptures will be visible from the roadway Northwest 87th Avenue and Northwest 154th Street, making it accessible for both the neighborhood and commuters. The installations for these figures be hallmarked as a performance that the community can watch from the fence lines, as well as recorded and streamed online. My training in archaeology influences my method for sculpture installations. So I'm very mindful of the history of the environment and create sculptures that elevate the landscape and the communities that predate us. The sculptural figures will function as grave markers, cardinal directions tracing the trajectory of the sun in Madden's Hammock, and echoing the Seminole Green Corn dance that was performed on site a couple hundred years ago. This installation would be part of a larger network of sculptures that would be installed throughout Miami at archaeological sites, such as the Cutler Fossil Site at the Deering Estate, another Tequesta burial ground also located at the Deering Estate, and the Everglades. So it would be a way of connecting all these marked sites together, bringing Miami Lakes and Madden's Hammock into the fold. So also a way of bringing the attention to the display case that will exist in Town Hall and activating it. So, and yeah.
That's wonderful. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Cool. All right.
So Willie will be getting with you very quickly so that you can get the invoices in, and then about doing an event here in the town of Miami Lakes for the grand opening or the grand showing of the cabinets. Okay. Thank you again. Good to see you.
Sure. Likewise. Yes.
All right. We got to move on. Is there anything else? Any other public comments? Hearing none, may I move to our agenda, please? We need to review the minutes. Hopefully you have received them. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from our last teleconference meeting?
I'll second that.
Neil, I need to apologize because I had a power failure and I just missed the whole presentation of Priscilla. So someone has to relate it to me later for the minutes, please.
All right.
I had to go to the tablet. Something happened. I had a power surge.
Okay. You're back now. I can see you.
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Was there a motion to approve the minutes, George? Did you move it? Was there a second? Suzanne, did you second the approval of the minutes? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those that are opposed, let the record show that the minutes were approved, stand approved. Okay, let's move on. We're going to go into the agenda now, the budget reallocation update. Willie?
Yes.
The reallocation of the $402 from the concert on the green and for Father's Day fishing tournament. Did we do that at our last meeting?
We didn't allocate enough funds, Neil. There were some items that were missing, and that's the request is 402 is what's missing.
$402.
Yes, sir.
Now this covers everything. We don't have to do this again, do we?
No, sir. No. We'll send that. The committee approves it today. We'll send you the final requisition to relocate.
All right. So there's I need a motion to reallocate $402 from concert on the green to Father's Day fishing tournament. Is there such a motion? Anybody want to make the motion, please?
I make a motion to reallocate $402 from concert on the green to Father's Day fishing tournament.
Thank you, Elsa. Is there a second? Yulette, thank you. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there anybody opposed? None. Okay, great. So it passes unanimously. Moving on to the next item, CAC remaining unallocated funds. Willie, where is Elsa? I'm not Elsa. Where is Esther?
No, she's not in.
She's not in.
Okay. I was looking at the budget that Elizabeth sent out. Let's pull it up here. Okay. I'm looking at the budget that was sent out by Elizabeth. Did everybody get it?
Yes.
Do you see it? Do you all have it up so you can see it? Willie, you don't have any way of putting it on the screen for everybody to see you, do you?
Give me a second. Let me see if it's on the agenda here.
Because it is showing that the contributions we made, it was $1,312.50. And then we drop down to the actual cultural affairs. And we have actually $481.42 left. And then under cultural affairs committees, Black, I guess, History Month, we had $3,766.39 that's still available. And then the book reading was we had allocated $750 and we actually have $737.50. Do you all have that in front of you? You see it?
No.
Let me see if I can find a Neil from.
I thought it was sent to everybody. You all didn't get the budgets?
Yeah, it was sent. I believe Elizabeth sent it. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find her emails here.
And while you're looking for it, the book reading, which is $750, as I said, $737.50. We still have remaining, and the concert on the
Yeah, I got it. I have it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the concert on the fairway, we allocated. This is the 2020, $10,500. And you're showing me here, Willie, that it's zero actual available.
Budget. Concert greens were.
It says 10,500.
Yeah, she broke it down with the reallocations already on there. I'm looking for her email.
From what I understand from the budget, based on what has been sent to us, it appears that we have about $12,000 that was still remaining from this year's budget. Willie?
12,000. I don't see the 12,000.
Well, that's what's been told to me. I don't see it on the budget here.
No. I printed it out, so I'm looking at it now.
Total budget as of 7/30/2020. Workshop on this, because I go through that. So I'm going to defer this item until we can have a workshop immediately, as soon as possible, to look at this. So I need to get with who is our budget analyst? The lady who's
Melissa. Melissa is the person. Now, Neil, the committee voted to last meeting. The committee voted to create some type of escrow account with the remaining balances for the cultural center. What's needed now is for a presentation from the council requesting that.
All right.
And the council meetings next on the 15th, I believe. So if you that'll be the next step.
Okay.
As far as the details, how much exactly, I'll get with Melissa and get those details to you.
Okay. So at the October meeting or September meeting?
September, sir. September because before the
No,
new fiscal year.
Fiscal year starts October 1.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So it'll be September. Well, what's the next meeting before that?
The 15th, sir. So
15. Okay. All right. So we've already made the motion to.
yeah, you already
allocate
motioned this.
to the funds to be set aside for the creation of a cultural center. So we will just present that to the council on the 15th. I invite, well, it's all done. It'll be done virtual as well. Is that right?
Correct. Everything's virtual still. Yeah.
Still virtual. Okay. So we will make that presentation. All right. The artifact case, we've already approved that, and the $3,000 has already been made available. And as I said to Priscilla a few minutes ago, that Willie will get with her and work out the logistics of how the invoices need to be done so that they can go ahead and procure the cabinet. But it looks great. Did you all like the cabinet? It was huge, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's amazing. We're making progress on that front. A lot of people don't realize we are a historical site, Miami Lakes.
Well, I hope we'll have some kind of plaque put on it saying donated or by the Cultural Affairs Committee, because we are paying for it. So we need to have our name affixed to it so it will be there for posterity. So Willie?
Neil, the one thing, yes, sir. I'll work with Priscilla on that. In regards to the 3,000, the committee voted on this last meeting. What I need from you is direction to move it to the miscellaneous account so the expense can be paid. To move it to the Cultural Affairs miscellaneous account, expense account. So we're going to need to vote on that.
All right. Move it to the CAC's miscellaneous account.
Yes, sir. Because the money's located right now in Consular Greens. We need to move it to the miscellaneous Cultural Affairs account. So we need a vote on that.
All right, is there such a motion, please? To move the $3,000 to Cultural Affairs, because it is not a budget item on our present budget.
Correct.
That's
Correct,
right.
sir. Yep.
So we can move it into the miscellaneous, and so therefore we'll be able to go ahead and pay for it, even though it's not listed on as our budget. So I'll make a motion to this. Suzanne, would you move this?
Sure. I'll make a motion that the monies allocated for Concert on the Green be moved to the Cultural Affairs Committee's miscellaneous account.
No, you got, your motion should be that $3,000 come from the Concert on the Green.
Right, move it
and to a miscellaneous, to CAC miscellaneous account.
Okay, so the monies for the Concert on the Green, we're moving it to the Cultural Affairs Committee's miscellaneous account.
Right.
Yeah. Let's say 3,000. Let's say
$3,002.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
thank you.
second it.
Is there a second, please?
I second.
Okay, second by Elsa.
Elsa.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay, anything else, Willie, regarding the budget?
No, I think we're good. I'll put you on the agenda, Neil. I'll work with the town clerk that you will be on the agenda on Tuesday.
All right.
Okay, so if I have a note here that Neil said that he wants to have some sort of workshop in reference to the budget.
Yes.
Is that still going on?
Well, that's the issue. Maybe I'm just going to have to come in and sit with Melissa.
With Melissa, like you did last year, sir. Yeah, I recommend that.
And we'll work, because that's the only way I can get a full understanding of exactly where we are and how much we've got left.
Okay.
So let's set that up for me as soon as possible, Willie. Do I need to call in and ask
I will send her an email after our meeting today, Neil, that you want to meet with her and potentially before the council meeting.
Yeah, before the 15th, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, next item on there is we've got an update on the Hialeah Women Club grant. Diana, at our last meeting, I asked Marilise to meet with Diane, who is the Hialeah Women's Club, about they wanted to do something to be supportive of any kind of art that we would have in the town of Miami Lake. They have a grant available. And so Mary Elise, who could not be with us this afternoon because she's got a family matter with her children. And so, but the issue is that she met with Diana and she sent her an email, and what they want to do is for the town of Miami Lakes to identify a historical place so that we can get a historical marker placed at that location. And they will pay for that historical marker. So what we've got to do is get with the town and I guess the historical people who would have that information, what historical location in the town that would be appropriate to have a historical marker placed on it. And the Hialeah Women's Club will pay for it based on the email that I received from Diana by way of it going to Mary Elise. And so that would be a great thing. So we just need to identify that. And if you remember, she was the lady who came before us last month, and talked about that they had some dollars available. So, and we still.
I thought they were going to use it for art.
Yeah, well, well, historical location, and they would pay for a marker to be put there. Let me see if I can pull up the
I thought that they were going to do like an art contest with the school kids.
I have not spoken with her. I know this is what Mary Elise had sent to me regarding that. I'm trying to pull up the actual email. So whatever, let's see if we can find it here.
I thought that she had said that she was going to do an art contest with the school.
She did say that as well. I'm using two computers here to try to find it where it is.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, that's fine. That's fine. We'll write it down.
Here. So,
okay.
Who would be the historian in the town of Miami Lakes? Willie, on staff, is there a historian like that on the staff that would know a marker that we would want to have done? Because I don't know that we have any historical markers here in the town of Miami Lakes.
I think we have to defer that to I don't know if there's a particular staff member that's versed in that, but I know Councilman Collazo has worked with the Hammocks Mannix, so I can contact them and get that information for you.
Let's do that so that we can at least get back to her on this. I'm so sorry that I'm looking for.
I'm losing Neil.
Are you here? Can you hear me?
Your voice went down a little bit, Neil.
Is that any better?
Yeah, much better.
Thank you.
Okay, so William, you're going to research the information regarding.
And also, I know Felicia would know too.
Felicia will probably be able to help.
Felicia said that she just sent me a text saying that she agrees to contact Collazo.
I can't hear Neil.
I said Felicia just agreed to contact Commissioner Collazo.
Oh, okay, great.
This. And
Felicia's on the phone. She can hear, but she can't respond.
Yeah, but I just got an email a text from her, so she said she'd do that. So we can at least do that, and we'll at least have something. And the other thing, we still need to come up with some other items that, like you mentioned in your statement, Elsa, regarding the youth art show, art thing. Can you hear me?
Ahora, yes.
Yeah, you have to
Now
hold
I
it,
can
Neil.
hear you much better.
Okay, I'm sorry. In our last meeting and in the minutes, we indicated that they would also be interested in doing something along art competition for children and stuff like that. So let us get back to you on that again, because Mary Lise sent me a text saying that she was not unable to join us today because she's got a conference.
Okay.
And she would probably be available after 6.
Okay.
To talk up to us about. So that's why we were saying what we were saying. And again, but I was just responding, making reference to the email that she received from Diane, who is the, I guess, president of the Hialeah Women Club. So anyway, let's move on. As time is running, what time we got here? Goodness gracious.
We have a hard stop at 6:25, Neil.
Okay, well, we're going to be through in just a second. All right, the CAC event I have on here and the calendar of events starting October 1, and I'm going to defer that again until we can. I wanted to make some appointments for chairpersons of the committee, of the subcommittee for each of these events that we usually have. The Hispanic Celebration Night of Art, holiday storytelling, Black History Month, a jazz concert, Women History Month. But I'd like to, I asked you all at our last meeting, if anybody who was interested in serving as chair or co-chair of any of these events to please submit your name. No one has submitted their name. But have you received anything from anybody, Willie, regarding that?
No, I haven't, but if anybody's interested, please email me directly, and then I'll get that information out to everybody.
You know what, Willie? Maybe we should just send out an email asking them, because not everybody's here. We're 14 people and we're only 6, 7 today, you know? So
Well,
some of them don't even know that we're asking for this.
But we could send it was asked for in our last meeting, Elsa.
Yeah, I know, but I said reminder to tell people that we will need that.
We need that so we can get started, because you know, especially Women's History Month. I really want to get that underway so that we can begin the process of looking at who would be appropriate to honor this year. And because, you know, that's always a big event, and that's in March, as you know.
Yeah.
But we don't want to be wait till the last minute, and same thing with other events that we have. So please put this in the minutes. Hey, Diane, I see you.
Can you guys hear me?
I see you.
Who is it?
Oh, that's Felicia.
This is Felicia. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
I'm still in the office, but I can come outside to talk.
Thank you, Felicia.
Do we have a listing of the upcoming events?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that way, you know, we can all take a look at it and just, you know,
put your names to it.
I have a list. I typed a list today just in case we were going to discuss the chair people.
Great.
Okay.
You want me to say it? Say it quickly?
No, please, yes.
Oh, yeah. You mean the various committees that are available?
Right.
Okay, well, the committees that we've had in the past are Basel, Black History Concert, the book Christmas reading, concert on the Fairway. We were going to add Earth Day. That was going to be a new one. 4th of July, Fishing with Dad, the tournament, the Hispanic Heritage, the Martin Luther King Breakfast, Paint a Picture for Mom, Scottish American Heritage, and Women History. Women of Distinction.
Those are the committees. Some of the committees will have a co-chair, so because there's so much to do. So again, please, Willie, can you please make sure that Elsa or Willie, I don't know, you're supposed to do it, Elsa, in terms of.
Okay, I can do it. I have everybody's.
Okay,
I think I have everybody's email.
No.
Okay, would you please send it
Elsa,
out?
Elsa, it has to come from me. I'll send it out to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, see, items that are supposed to be discussed before the committee we're not to pre-discuss it with each other, but the staff can send it out to
Okay, okay. So William is gonna send out an email with the
request
events, right?
for volunteers and people who are interested in serving in the chairperson's capacity for these subcommittees.
Or in the subcommittee. And then
Right.
William, you're gonna send a list of the committees?
Yes, I will send a list of the events and then requesting who wants to volunteer for the subcommittee.
Okay, okay.
Okay?
All right.
And just respond to me who's interested, and then Elsa, you and I can work on putting it together.
Okay, in other words, make sure that people tell you whether they want to be the chairperson or if they just want to work the committee.
Work on the committee, exactly. And we'll look at that and we'll make the final decision who's going to serve in what capacity as chairperson. So that'll be under the chair's prerogative to do that, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay? But I do need volunteers for each of those subcommittees.
Okay.
Because we all work well together, so we look forward to it. All right, is there any other issue to come before the body tonight? The rest of the items can be deferred to new business. Earth Day, Felicia was going to be working on that, as well as Gay Pride celebrations, planned some kind of art show in the month of June, I believe it is. So, and we'll have it at Town Hall. And we were going to reach out to, I believe her name is Mr. Attorney Leslie Lanebine, to assist us with that. So that's where we are. Any questions, Denise? I see you. Hi. Diane, I saw you a few minutes ago. Hi, I missed you.
Can you let me know who else is coming in so I make sure that I write them as I can?
Got Diane and I got Denise. And I think Yolette was already on. And
Denise?
Charles is on. Yeah, Denise is on. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm sorry this kind of disjointed and all that, but we had a lot of presentation coming. Oh, I know what the final thing is that, what are you guys thinking about this holiday? I mean, this
Halloween
event.
Uh-huh. No, I like it. I like it.
So what I'm going to do is have a conversation with all of the parties and see exactly. I just don't want to interfere with what the Methodist Church has done over the years. You know what I mean?
That's a shame, about the Methodist Church.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was such a tradition every year,
But you know what, Neil? Since they're tying it in more into the haunted house and the candies and all of that, if in the future they want to continue doing it, they can do it without the pumpkin patch,
That could leave that part off. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Right.
So based on, this was just brought to me yesterday by the mayor's office.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I said, well, this is good because at least we can have some discussion about it. And the presentation could be made to our committee on the public comments today. So that's why they were here, to do that. But
right.
it sounds like it might be interesting. And the other thing is, if we are to be a co-sponsor of this, we need to derive some kind of financial benefit, especially if they're going to be charging $40 a car. And again, Vincente, you heard him say that is not something that the university, Ana Mendez University, wouldn't look favorably upon that, because that's a fee that someone is making off their school there. And so I will have a conversation with them hopefully before the end of this week, and let you all know exactly what the decision is. And we'll meet with the mayor and see what because he asked that the Cultural Affairs consider being involved with it. So.
Right, and our involvement would entail what? Just kind of organization, or helping them organize the event or participate?
No, it's not us organized. They know how to organize the event.
They know. That's a big company.
Yeah, they just simply wanted somebody, one of the organization in the town, to be
sponsor.
I don't know if the word is sponsor, because sponsor infers money or something, but let me get to the full explanation of exactly, but it was no money was supposed to come from us to do it.
Right.
So it's like, you know, we are sanctioning it or something of that nature.
Neil, if I may, I may add, if the committee is going to be presenting this event, the committee will have to vote because it's a new event per se. So it's a new event. So the committee has to vote, and then it has to go to council for approval.
All right, so we may have to do this early next week again to do it.
Yeah.
Once I get more information, so we can be more informed about our decision whether to become involved in this process or not.
Yeah, because they want to start this in
Suzanne.
September.
Just a quick question. I just wanted to clarify, if a family or myself and Mr. Trupani, we decide we wanted to just go to the market and maybe pick up a pumpkin, then that's not a $40 charge. Is that
Right.
correct?
Yes, that's supposed to be free.
So I'm wondering if maybe, you know, as you get more information, maybe we don't want the whole package, because that's where all that money becomes involved.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the company would do it without, you know, I mean, obviously they need to make a profit.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of just having a big pumpkin patch and doing a virtual drive-through where people can, you know, get a pumpkin.
Well, that's why I was asking, you know, are they sure that the Methodist Church is not doing its pumpkin patch this year?
Right.
They could certainly
Get
get
do
a
that.
pumpkin and pass them out like they usually do. You know, people would buy them, but the point is, that's a very easy process to pick up a pumpkin, take it to a car, and people go on through.
Yeah. But I think what the kids would like is like that haunted house feeling, you know, and the
See,
candy.
that's the issue. You know, years ago, they used to have the haunted house. My
Yes.
church used to have a haunted house.
Yes.
And people would come and the kids would walk through and all kinds of animals and things would jump out at you and scare you and all that kind of stuff. So this is similar to that, except the persons would stay in the car as the car proceeded through a designed area.
Right.
And then they would give them candy or something and all of that. So
Well,
that's
for
what.
what he told me too, he was explaining it to me. He's going to have special machines that the kids can draw the candy as they're coming through it, you know? So I don't know, I guess those are fancy machines to you know, give the kids whatever candy they choose. That's why it's probably going to charge something, because the candy, the expense of the candy, the rental of those machines, haunted house, all of that. Yeah.
We will get back to you by early next week on exactly, you know, whether or not we are going to participate in exactly what they are going to want to do, because we just didn't have enough time to listen to in more detail exactly how it would be laid out.
Exactly.
Because of the time constraints that we were under. So.
Okay, and can I ask a quick question, because you know I have power failure and I missed. So the university, Mendes University, are they gonna do it, or they're waiting for approval from their?
They're waiting for approval.
Okay, and they're
And that's,
concerned.
and that's why I said to you that there's going to be a conversation, a teleconference with me, Vincente, who is with the university, and with the two people who are making the presentation, and along with Willie and Joseph. Of the main cause, to see.
Okay.
So if Anna Mendez says, no, we don't want to do that simply because you all are charging a fee or something, then.
I think more than anything is not charging the fee, it's the amount they're charging. They think $40 is too much.
Well, see, originally, that's why I said to you, originally they told me it was $29.
Okay, yeah, they said pre-sale. The pre-sale, they said is $29.
$29. So, you know, and the time is so short. You know, this is September the 9th. And
Yeah.
October. When is Halloween? Usually October 20 something.
31st.
31st. Okay.
Neil, one other thing, if the university does not really have, they also had an issue with the amount of time, you know,
Yeah.
every weekend
Exactly.
building up to Halloween.
They don't want to Yeah, the
That
parking
be-
for a whole month, yeah.
Okay, so an alternative might be to have them just show a spooky movie, like they've been so generous with having the drive-in movie. Maybe we could ask them just to have a spooky movie on Halloween night. That's a fun family activity to go
But
see a spooky movie together.
That would have to be like a drive-through movie, that kind
No,
of.
drive-in movie.
It would be like a drive-in. A
Like a
drive-in.
drive-in.
Yeah.
Like they
Remember
have
we
the
used to go to the-
movies, they do that already, but it just have the theme of Halloween.
Good idea.
And it's one night, you know, it doesn't, you know, we're not asking them for many, many days of, you know, dedicating their space to us.
Yeah, I think one night would be sufficient. Don't
One
you think?
night. No.
Yeah, Halloween night or the night before.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
I'm
have
not
to
talking
limit-
about several days or several weekends or something, just but one time, and let's see how it goes if we do it.
Hello,
Like-
Neil.
Like
Yes.
one
ahead,
weekend,
Felicia.
like one weekend.
Question. I know that the mayor requested that we participate on this, but isn't Halloween itself done by the youth task force?
No,
Is
they
it
have-
what?
There's some
The
issue
Halloween
because-
event is done by the youth task force.
but the problem is that I'm told that the youth task force is going through a transition now. They don't have a chairperson,
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
and so that's why they called me and
Not
asked.
even an interim one?
Excuse me?
Not even an interim chairperson?
I don't know. All I'm saying is that they indicate that there was some
Because it's
transition.
strange that we're doing this now. We've never done it before.
But you know, Felicia, we haven't done any events really. So if we can
Exactly.
do
We
an
gotta get
event
out and
in
make people
Yeah,
October-
no, I
They're
know.
doing something.
Actually, we used to do it a long time ago.
Okay, well, let's see what happens.
Let's
I
see
will
what
let you
happens.
know early next week what the outcome of this is. And
Okay.
then we can have a emergency call meeting and then vote it up or down. But all of this got to transpire before the 15th because I got to go before the council anyway to do it. Okay?
Okay,
What about the
thank you.
presentation? Neil, what about the presentation that they want to do on September 15th? Who's gonna put that together, that presentation?
I will. We're
You
just
will?
doing, Willie, you said the only thing we have to do is ask for the.
Yes,
Willie?
we're talking about the, Elsa, you're referring to the money that's left over for the escrow
Right.
proposal. I'm composing an email to Melissa now, so she can meet with Neil. And then, yeah, Tuesday is just Neil. But like Neil said, it'd be good for you guys to be there as support virtually.
On September 15th.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, the issue is to make a request to the town council that all unspent dollars from fiscal year 2019 to September 30th of 2020 be used and placed in some kind of escrow account for the planning and development of a town cultural center. So that's what we're going to be asking for. And we have the white paper that was already done that you guys did a great job on, so we'll use that as well.
Ah, that's good.
Okay?
Neil, we have to call for adjournment. We have the next meeting
Okay.
starting.
I just saw it. Okay, we've already adjourned. We've already had a motion to adjourn. So again, thank you all so very much. And we'll see you, hear from us midweek next week. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
great.
you so much.
Have a great
Bye-bye.
Have a good
weekend.
one.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Good seeing you.
Okay.
Bye, Willie.
I don't know.
Hey Manny, how's it going? Are we?
Manny, yours has a K.
Yeah, I know, right? I'll just do this. That's black. What were you saying, Brian? I'm sorry.
Are we going to have quorum today?
Yeah, here comes Michael now. I got 7 people.
Do we need? Is it 7 or do we need 8, Christina?
Oh, Michael's in the building. We've missed you, Michael. Welcome back. Hey, great picture, Flavia. Hey, Brian. Hey, Emily. Good to see you guys.
Thank you guys for coming.
Hey, how are you guys?
Emily and Day are together, by the way, so they are both on the same line.
I'll add Day.
And I believe we would need to unmute them so they could speak. I don't know if they know the command to unmute. Thank you.
I think they're pros with it because they know they're calling all the time, but we'll see.
No, she texted me to unmute them, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she goes, we can't speak because we are muted. So.
Just let them know that I'm working on it.
Hello.
How's it going, Eddie?
Good, and you guys?
Doing well, thank you. Brian, if you could, I mean, I'm not sure if they can hear me, but see if you can message them to see if they can just press *6.
Got it.
You trying to unmute them here? Is it allowing me to do it?
We're here.
Oh, there it is.
Hey guys, we're here. Hi there.
Hello. I think we only need one more for quorum, if I'm correct.
Yeah, the person that told me yes was Eric Galerty.
Okay.
All right, guys. So we're just 9 minutes in. We're just going to be waiting for the one other person. Like I said, it was Eric Galerty that told me that they would be coming. I'd just like to thank all of you guys that have made it so far. I guess, Brian, I guess you can set a time you would like to wait until.
Can you send him a text message just to see if he is going to join or something? Try to call him. I don't have his number, but I'll set a time for 6:45-ish, I guess, because that'll be 15 minutes behind.
All right, give me 1 second. Brian. I just called him. He said that he's going to be getting home now, so to give him about like 5 or 10 minutes or so to get home.
That's fine.
I can try and see if I can get Christina. No, I didn't get an answer from her before, so. Sorry guys for the delay. We're just again waiting. Hopefully we'll get on any minute now. But thank you for responding and being here on time. So we'll just wait a couple more minutes and hopefully he'll get on. right, I just got a message saying that he should be joining any second now. All right, I'm gonna be admitting him now. Sorry for the wait, and again, thanks guys for waiting. All right, thank everybody. Thank you guys for coming here. And
Hello.
how's it going, Eric?
Good. Sorry for being late.
No problem. All right, Brian, we have 7 people.
Alrighty, give me one quick second. Let me just pull up my stuff. Okay, are we ready?
Sure, I believe so.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6:51 p.m. This is the Youth Activities Task Force meeting, September 9th, a normal monthly meeting. Can I start with a roll call from our secretary, please?
All right, Brian Rodriguez.
Present.
Nancy Matos. Michael Torino, here. Christina Christoph. Daylin Garcia.
Here.
Emily Garcia.
Here.
Eric Grass. Flavia Nunez.
Here.
Elica Quintero. Jose Quintero. Ariana Rejas. Juan Rodriguez. Eddie Cedeño.
Here.
And Eric Valerdi.
Here.
All right.
Perfect. And we have quorum. So we are going to move on to public comments. Does anyone have any public comments? Seeing none, we will move to the adoption of minutes. If you guys can take a minute or two to look over the minutes that were sent to you guys by Manny. if everyone's looked over the minutes, do we have a motion to accept the minutes?
I'll motion to accept the minutes.
Do we have a
I'll
second?
second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, so we are going to move on to order of business. Does anyone have any deferrals, additions, or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, we will move on. Old business, movies in the parking lot recap. I believe our last movie was Spider-Man. Can we have a recap of it, Manny?
Sorry, Brian, just a quick thing.
Go for it.
Let's see if you wanted to add the discussion about the budget.
I was gonna do it within movies in the park and Halloween since they have to do with each other, but if we want, we can.
Yeah, I would just add it as a quick discussion just to go over because it'd be just the general budget for everything.
That's fine. We're going. Do we have a motion? I have a motion to move back to order of business?
I'll motion to move back to order of business.
I need a second. Is there a second?
I will second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor by signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, back to order of business, deferrals, additions, and deletions. I will motion to add a budget request under new business before Halloween. Can I have
I'll
a second? We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, back to movies in the parking lot recap. Manny, can you give us a recap? Unfortunately, I did not make it to that movie that night.
Yes. So we, Nancy came and we had two volunteers help us with popping the popcorn and getting everything ready before. It went off kind of without a hitch. Like you said, it was Spider-Man Into the Spideyverse. The movie company ended up bringing a bigger screen, so hopefully they can do the same thing if we continue doing the movies in the parking lot. So everything went off quite well. Everyone seemed happy. So good event.
Awesome. With that recap, I believe we wanted to see about adding a second movie, or a third movie actually, to this series. With that, I believe we would have to, or even 4 more movies that we had spoken about. We would have to do a budget request to move some money for it, and we will get to that when we can. Will we have to vote on that now, Manny, to do another movie?
Yeah, you guys can vote on the initial on another movie before the end of this fiscal year, which would be for October 1.
Okay, so does anyone have anything to say about movies in the parking lot? Any suggestions? Feel free to speak.
I think it's been great. Unfortunately, I know I haven't been able to make it. I don't know. I guess that would be my only concern. Do we have the manpower to do another one? I know it seems like you guys were only like two to four people last time, and you know there are many more weeks left in September. So I'd love to try to make it. I just don't know if I'll be able to. It just depends, and I just want to make sure that we're not overloading certain key people.
Manny, anything on that? When it comes to manpower, do we have any issues?
I don't believe so. I mean, I think if I can get as many as you, the committee members that can come, obviously would be the more helpful. But if we can get volunteers to sign up and do the popcorn before, I don't see manpower being an issue because most of it is already set up by the company. The main thing that, again, we're doing is just popping the popcorn pre-show and then, just signing them in basically on Eventbrite when they come in. And then make sure, just kind of like crowd control, make sure everyone's kind of staying in their cars. So it's not too much manpower that we need. So I think most of the things are set up. And we were looking at September 18th was when the movie company would be able to do the next movie.
Okay. So does anyone have any other thoughts regarding a third movie and beyond that? I know some people have spoken about it in the past. I just want to give everyone the opportunity in the committee to speak on it.
Hi, Brian. This is Aileen.
Hi,
I just wanted to, I wanted a question. Is this going to be a Halloween themed movie night?
Well, the two movies that the two most popular movies that I was able to get would be Frozen 2 or The Addams Family for that date.
And what was that date again? I'm sorry.
September 18th.
September 18th. So, some thoughts with that day. I would say doing a Halloween themed movie closer to Halloween, maybe do one in October as well. And then we could do a Halloween themed type of movie night as well. I don't know how that would work, but we would only have two options for this movie night, from what I was told, from what I could see. So we'd have to look into that. If there is only two options, what would be the best option at that point?
So you're saying that, okay, so we have only, I'm sorry, we have how many movie nights?
Well, for the rest of this fiscal year, it would just be one that we're
Yeah.
deciding on now. So it'll just be the
Okay.
September 18th one if you guys want to do it or not.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, in my idea would be just to use it for the Halloween then. Just, make it a Halloween event, movie night themes, and use that one Halloween movie that you just mentioned, The Addams. I don't know if everybody's in agreement with that.
Yeah, so for the September one, I'm guessing to do with the Addams Family.
But can we move it instead of September? You said October.
So what I was saying is, because we have to do it before the fiscal year, which is October 1st.
So this money would just be from the budgeted year from the fiscal year that we run. Basically, is from October 1st until September 30th. So our budget is now ending October 30th now, and then we'll restart again into the new fiscal year with a new budget, obviously going in, which again Brian will discuss in what he added there. So yeah. And that can include like different Halloween, different themes, because obviously that would be the Halloween term.
Okay.
So does anyone else have any other thoughts? Do we want to do another movie?
And we wouldn't. There's no way to prepay some sort of movie even and then have the event happen in the new fiscal year, right?
I don't.
No. Yeah. Any services that we pay for have to be done before August. I'm sorry, October 1st.
September. Yeah. Okay.
So it'll have to be inside.
Yeah. Flavia or Eric or Michael, do you guys have any opinions on it or any ideas?
I think a third movie would be fine, especially because we can't use the money after October 1st, right?
No.
I think we should just do it just to have it kind of because we can, and then that'll be like something, an event, and then it's I don't know. I feel like people look forward to these things. Yeah, that's my input.
Yeah, I completely agree. So Flavia, do you have anything? I saw you unmuted there.
Yeah, I agree with Eric. If the budget year closes on October 1st, and we'd rather spend the money before then a movie in the parking lot seems like the best option, considering social distancing and the virus and all that's not, well, it's kind of dying down, but it's still very apparent in the minds of people. So I think that's a good idea. A third one.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Could I ask how much money is left in the budget? That might be something we're discussing later, but just to have an idea right now while we're talking about this.
Do you have that number, Manny?
Give me 1 second. All right, so if we decide to do the movie, we'll still have 2,400 left, and the movie is approximately about 4,100.
Okay.
So that's
We should get jackets.
about 6,500.
All right, so do we have a motion to
concession? I mean, I think money, or is that not true?
You broke up there, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie, if you could say it again.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Hello?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Sorry, I guess I didn't hear. Did you guys hear what I said before about we've sold concessions of the last few movies, right? Have we made some sort of profit from this?
So those go into our revenue account, and that's where that number is also already reflected in that.
Yeah, well, I guess my thought is that revenue account gets carried over to the next fiscal year, right?
Christina? I wasn't too sure about that.
No, those funds don't carry over to the next fiscal year. We'll get more into budget once we reach that line item. But for this fiscal year, we have about $6,500 left. If another movie is chosen, that'll be about $4,100. And then the remainder could be used to purchase supplies and or committee T-shirts if anyone is in need. Did that answer your question, Eddie?
Yeah. No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so it would be up to us as the committee to vote to see if we are willing to, or if we want to do another movie. We would have to decide that today. So if anyone has a motion to host another movie, please go ahead and motion at this time and see what we can do. So there's no motion. No one has a motion to do another movie for September? Okay, so we do not have a motion to do another movie for September.
When would the movie?
It would be September 18th.
Okay, so I motion to do another movies at the park at September 18th.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Any discussion? The only discussion I would have is, Manny, maybe we could include the movie that we want to do as well as an amendment to this motion. so we do it all at once as well as the location. So,
like I said, it'll be between the Addams Family and Frozen 2.
okay. So between the two movies, if it were me and we did a movie in October, I'd rather do the Addams Family in October. I don't know how anyone else feels about this. And do the Frozen 2 movie for September. Unless we do, yeah, because those are the only two options. I know Day and Emily, you guys usually chime in for movie selections. I'm not the best when it comes to these movies. Unless someone else has an opinion regarding a movie.
I think Frozen 2 will be good. Because everyone likes that movie. I mean,
Yeah, I've heard it's very. I haven't seen it personally. I've heard it's very popular. The last time we tried to play Frozen, I don't believe it worked out because of rain. So it's kind of like coming back stronger to see if we could actually play this movie, and it should be fine since it is in your car. So do you want to create an amendment for the motion, Eric?
sorry?
Yeah, you would have to amend her motion for the movie as well. We would be doing it in the same location, correct, Manny?
Yes, it'll be at Energy Minute.
Okay. So yeah, Eric, if you want to amend her motion to make the movie Frozen 2, you can go ahead and do that.
Okay, well, I'll amend her motion to include the movie Frozen 2.
Okay, so we have a motion with an amendment and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Does anyone have any?
Sorry, who seconded?
Thoughts? It was motion by Flavia, second by Eric with his amendment.
All right.
Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. So now that we have a movie, we have to move some money, correct, Manny, for this movie?
Yes, you'd have to move some money from the revenue account over to the expenditure account.
And so, if I'm correct, we would be moving money to finish paying for the August 31st movie, as well as paying the entirety of the September 18th movie. The total would come out to $4,960. Please remember, for those in the committee, this is an adult-only vote because it is moving money. No offense to anyone, although I'd love everyone to vote. We can't. Does anyone have a motion to move the money? $4,960 from the expenditure account to the movie.
Sorry, Brian, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Christina, you're saying that it's already in the expenditure account? It's just moved into movies in the park, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, to move it from expenditure to movies in the parking lot. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Do we have a motion?
I'll motion to move the funds to the movies.
Eric, you're 18, right? He said yes or no? I didn't hear him.
Yes.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and second that. Do we have any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Emily and Daylin. And yeah, because they're adults, so. Okay. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. So we are going to have to go up to council now. So in order to move these funds, I believe the meeting for them is next week. So now that we have a movie, as well as we picked our movie and moved money, we are good for movies in the parking lot. We're going to move on to new business. We'll go into to Halloween. So as you guys know, with Halloween, it's going to be a lot different this year because of social distancing, and we can't have an event in a park yet. I spoke with the town and Christina, and we've been kind of thinking of what we want to do. And we came up with something called the Super Halloween Delivery. And it would be the weekend before Halloween, like our traditional Halloween event that we would have every year, Saturday, October 24th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And that could change at any time. So it is to be determined. And it would cost a lot less for the committee to do this than normal. I know the council is trying to change a few things when it comes to our money. Right now, I know they talked about it last night and they kind of salvaged us a little bit, and we need to make a decision tonight whether we want to do this and how we're going to do this when it comes to doing Halloween. But we'll discuss that in the budget part of the meeting. So does anyone have any thoughts on Halloween? I know our idea is to basically deliver candy to kids around the town, and we would be spending $2,000 on candy, which is $1,000 cheaper than last year. We would have people dressed up as superheroes, and that would cost around $600 for costumes. Paint, the reason we want to do paint is because we actually do have some plaster crafts that we have from last year that we could give out as well. And we want to give out paint so the kids could paint it on their own at home with their families. And that would cost around $1,025. Paint brushes for that would cost around $51.70. Bubble wrap for the crafts would be around $51.96, so we could protect the plaster crafts. And then water and Gatorade and ice for the volunteers would be $150. So it would cost around $4,878.66. Would round it off to $5,000 for this event. And as of right now, we have 1,000 bags donated by Joe DiMaggio's Children's Hospital to give out for trick-or-treating, and 600 plaster crafts that are Halloween themed. The idea is to have 6 pickup trucks going around the town. It's almost kind of like the Easter egg hunt type event that we did, or the Easter drive-by that we did this year. But it would be themed with superheroes and Halloween themed. So do we have any discussion about that before I continue with this? Does anyone have any ideas?
Brian, this is Aileen.
Yeah.
I participated when we did the Easter egg hunt, and we basically had a couple of people sign up to volunteer with their trucks. In this case, and I mean, it was a little bit difficult when it came to going around to so many houses to distribute the eggs and so on. Wouldn't, in my opinion, and after doing the Easter event, wouldn't it be best if we just do it at a centralized location like the Ana G. Mendez, and then we have the families come to us with their vehicles decorated and the kids dressed up in the cars, and we provide the candies to them?
So that was another idea we had talked about. I don't know if Christina and Manny want to piggyback more on this. I like the idea, but I think there were some safety issues that we had talked about.
Yeah, I will just come in just for a quick moment. So there was a lot of brainstorming. Brian had a lot of great ideas for Halloween. And so we were kind of going back and forth with a lot of different options. And it did come up to have a centralized location. But then the only, the biggest issue that we found with that is once you have a centralized portion where this is taking place, we have a place where everybody can come, whether they've registered or not, to come and participate. And over the years, you know, we expect over thousands of participants to our event. So that could potentially open a huge can of worms for people who are like, oh, they're still having it, it's going to be at this location, to just kind of show up.
But if in my opinion, if you, let's say, open up an Eventbrite, the same way that when we did the backpack drive, you open up an Eventbrite, you have those families register, and then you have a check-in point. You cannot go in unless you have your Eventbrite ticket, just like movies at the park. You have the officers control the outside and then you have that registration point, or that section where they have to show their Eventbrite in order to be able to go into the event. Drive up to each station, you separate stations, and then you give out the candies, and then they drive out. It's an in and out quick movement. But I find it easier to then driving around with volunteers house by house like we did during the Easter. And it got a little bit tricky. And you remember, Christina, we did the whole thing. And another thing is, at what time would you begin to start giving out candies to all these houses to be able to end on a Halloween Saturday event?
Yeah, so we thought about the drive up option as well. It's not a bad idea at all. Maybe we can work that, you know, and make it work. The only thing is we lose that 6 distance apart if we have to approach the car, roll the window down, and stick our hand inside of their vehicle to give them the bag or the candy. It kind of loses that.
You can actually have the trunk open. They come up with their trunk open, and they can have a little bin or something where you place the candies in there.
Okay.
You don't have no contact with the children or the family.
Yeah, so it kind of be like a food,
around the vehicles.
like how when we give out food to people.
I see what you're saying.
Right, but you can set up little tables or sections, or, you know, decorated, and then you just give out the candies in each section.
I will
or goodie bags.
I'll actually I'll go ahead and just make a quick call. I'll silence myself and make that call, because then that's a location where there's more people gathered. And under our current emergency order, I don't know if that would be allowed, because I think that's similar to what that other vendor wanted to do, but I will look into it. I'll make a quick call, and then I'll reconvene and I'll come right back in.
I'll sort of second what Daylin's going off of. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Like, in order to have, like, maybe, you know, just the volunteers, if you want, or, you know, just separate each section of those who will be working the event, and just, you know, the car comes up, they have their trunk open, you put it in the back, go move to the next station, and you keep going. But I think it would be much easier than us or the volunteers in different 6 trucks going around the whole town giving out candies. I mean, it was a bit of a mission during Easter. I mean, it was a nice thing. But and then this way you can also have, you know, the kids in the car, you know, dress up, and parents can get out of the house, you know, for a bit, because the whole point is that, you know, a lot of the families can't get out, but at least they're taking a drive to an event.
I'm gonna second what Daylin said. I think that would be like, I mean, I just think it would be a much nicer event than going and dropping things off. I think we might even be able to really separate things, is maybe have different locations where, you know, they do like some sort of loop. Maybe they go through the Royal Oaks Park, and then they end up over at Town Hall, and then like a third stop, and the people have to literally drive around town.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be like a scavenger
I mean,
hunt. Not really a scavenger hunt, but
I know that Doral is offering a drive-up pumpkin patch kind of thing. Everybody's doing a drive-up. So I think if we can kind of have the parents get out of the house with the kids for at least a while, and have them in the car in a safe area, and then we provide the service of offering the candies and decoration, or whatever it is we can come up with. But at least it's something different for them to do. Exactly.
Okay, let me make that call just to confirm that won't violate the town's current emergency order. And then I'll be right back in the meeting. But yeah, definitely great. I love the ideas. Let me go make that call, and I'll be right back.
Okay, thanks.
And then just as an FYI, we will be planning to do it on October 24th, so it wouldn't conflict with the
Yeah.
Halloween Saturday.
So I wanted to talk about that too. I know we plan to do it October 24th, but I don't know if anyone wants to change that. Halloween this year is on a Saturday, so keep that in mind as well. I don't know if anyone thinks differently, if you guys are okay with October 24th, or does anyone have any other ideas regarding that? Day or Eddie or Flavia or Michael or Eric?
Yeah, the only idea like coming from us would just be like what Daleen brought up about being able to finish in time and allowing people to have their own Halloween. So that would be the only way. And we traditionally normally always do the Saturday before Halloween. I mean, I understand that.
The only reason on the Saturday before Halloween was because Halloween usually landed on a weekday, and we couldn't get students to volunteer. I know in past years when Halloween did land on a Saturday or a weekend, we did change it back to that day. That's how we.
I think it'd be great on. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I think it'd be great on. Hello?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay. I think it'd be great on Halloween. No one's going to be really doing anything either ways.
Yeah, that's what I was
I mean, they
thinking.
can't go
A lot of people can't really go trick or treating outside of the house. So I wouldn't want
They
someone
can't.
knocking on my door.
I don't actually. I think doing it the Saturday before is actually, in my opinion, just because I know like families are already planning on what they're gonna do on Halloween, and like it's like I don't know. I just feel like it's before, because I feel like for Halloween Day people want to be with their families and like stuff. So I don't know. I prefer the weekend before.
I think it's the same. Like, yeah, just maybe being able to attain enough volunteers or whatever we might do. We might run into issues if it isn't. If it is on actual Halloween, these people might have other things. But I think either day is fine. So it's really whatever we decide.
And I also think like from a young person's point of view, I don't think so. A young person would want to spend their Halloween volunteering. That's just my opinion. Like I know if it's on Halloween, I'm not sure if I can go because I'm already making plans. So that's just something that to keep an eye out. Like we always do we always do it the weekend before, so we don't have that conflict. So I feel like you're just gonna run into the same conflict again.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the things. I do like the idea that Emily and Day were doing. It gives them something to look forward to for Halloween on the day of Halloween. You have to remember a lot of people haven't left the house, and not everyone can make plans. Unfortunately, in the society we're living right now, not everything is open, and people aren't just volunteering, as well as people aren't going out. So I get what Day and Emily said, and I understand what Eric said. So we're kind of in the middle right now of what we want to do when it comes to the date of it. And I guess if someone has a motion, but we'll do that once we get a confirmation with Christina on what we want to do first. But while we wait, I was contacted by Miami Lakes Auto Mall, and they want to get involved with us for Halloween, it looks like, and maybe sponsor us. I will have to come back to the committee with more details. I have to give him a call tomorrow. It is a little late already, to see what exactly he wants to do with a sponsorship. So I will let everyone know. And if anyone knows any other sponsors that may be interested, please tell them to reach out to the committee to possibly sponsor the event.
I believe Vanity Mendez was interested. So.
Yeah.
On the specialty smile side of things, we've always sponsored Halloween, so we're probably happy to do it again. Just got to figure out details.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Also, just one thing that I guess whichever way we go, we were thinking that we have to sort out some other days that we meet before the actual date. Obviously, not to just plan, but also bag and bubble wrap the different crafts and things like that. So this is another thing just to keep in mind. I don't know if you all would like to do a subcommittee or what. Obviously, once Christina comes back with the information, just another thing to think about as well.
Yeah, so what we were thinking of doing was we could get more volunteers involved with this to get some community service hours if they wanted to. It would be to bag up candy and to pre-pack the bags with candy and bubble wrap the crafts on Tuesday, October 13th from 6 to 9 p.m. I don't know what location. I guess Mary Collins would be the easiest location, Manny.
Yeah, because then we can separate them into the different rooms just with the exact amount of people per room.
Perfect. And then if we do need another date, it would be Thursday, October 15th from 6 to 8 p.m. That is if we do need another day, we can plan that date already while we're here tonight. But overall, how it would work is residents would reserve tickets on Eventbrite. I believe it's going to be completely free, unless we want to charge. I don't think we want to charge anything this year, Manny. Is that correct for Halloween?
I think we discussed the charge, but again, that's you guys.
Perfect. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to charge. But going over the two ideas, if we were to do the delivery, it would kind of work just like we did with Easter, where it'd be one driver per truck, one superhero that stays on the bed of the truck, a superhero that is going to run the candy to the door for the kids, and then a helper, so a total of 4 people for the car. The only thing that we discussed was trying to keep, when it comes to each car, to try to keep the people that maybe like if they're family or closely related or friends, keep them together to avoid the spread of the virus. It's a little easier if there's people that are already together, keep them together so we don't have to split people up and have random volunteers in the cars. I know some people had some issues with it the last time for Easter, and it would be a little more organized than Easter if we did go this route with delivering to the houses. It would be split into 6 zones around the town to cover the whole town.
Yeah, so that would just be the only thing that I was going to bring up, just so that Daleen just has a little information too. Yeah, because I knew that when we were doing the deliveries with the for Easter, it was a little bit all over the place, especially with the actual location. So we were driving from north side of the town down to the south side, and each truck was doing that, right? So I just don't think it was I don't think we looked at the addresses completely and put them zone by zone. So that would be one thing that we could improve on from Easter, just so that we would all like the truck that has it will have a specific zone in the town and it wouldn't have to be driving too far. If you guys obviously decide to go that route. And that was obviously one thing that we thought of to improve on from that past event.
Yeah. Yeah. So like he said, it was, I remember doing the Easter event. I was one of the trucks or one of the drivers. We were going back and forth, and this time we would make it a lot more organized when it comes to the event itself, and have the houses kind of in order by the street, and make sure that we don't go into blocks multiple times back and forth. We had that issue last time, and we don't want to go into that issue again. It made it very difficult and a lot longer to deliver everything.
All right, guys, I'm back. I'm sorry I missed some of the conversation that was had just then. But so a quick update that I just received. So if we were to move forward with the stationary, kind of how they do like the food drive-through pickup, something like that, we would have to consult with police just to make sure that like cars aren't cutting once we reach that checkpoint or whatever the case is. So we'd have to check with police to help manage traffic. And the next opportunity that we would get to go before council is October, is it 19? I believe it's October 19, the next opportunity. And if we were gonna move forward with this event, it would take a couple of weeks for the candy to arrive because we would have to order that volume of candy prior to. It would take several weeks. So at that point, it would be too late to get the candy. If we don't make a decision today, kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, so does anyone have any suggestions? I know, Day, you're the one that came up with this idea, so if you have anything to say about this, if you can chime in on that.
So basically, in this case, we would be looking at maybe even having to order less candy. So that would be less money that we would have to spend because we would have everyone signing up through Eventbrite. So it's a little bit more controlled. The only maybe expense besides the candy would be the police officers because it would be on a Saturday night. But I don't see why we cannot look into that. I mean, and going back to what you the Easter event when we were driving from one place to another. Yes, I understand that you can actually do it by zip code because we did it with the groceries for seniors. But in my case, in my opinion, I saw that the Easter event was a little bit more of a, and if you compare it to doing it with volunteers, like outside volunteers or student volunteers, I find it more of a, and I don't want to cut out a liability if you're going to have trucks with kids or people donating the candy door by door. I find it a little bit more of a safety hazard. If we would to do it at a location, we can separate the volunteers. We are out in the open. You're not in a car. In my opinion, I find it a little bit safer. So I don't know what you guys think about that.
So we wouldn't have the student or youth volunteers in the vehicles. This would be similar to how we did before. We would just reach out to the groups that we already know that are adults that have a truck. That would only be for when we're packing the bags and wrapping the plaster crafts where the volunteers would be involved, not for the delivering portion. And it would be up to the committee. So if we wanted to say, okay, 20 houses per vehicle, just to keep it a little simpler, we can do that as well. That would be an option as well. But I'm not.
So you guys.
This option as well.
Sorry. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you guys are saying that you have an idea of who's going to volunteer and drive 6 trucks for this already?
Well, we do.
As adults?
We do have 2 town vehicles and Brian has his, so that's 3. And we can reach out to people who did help us for that extra special delivery. And if we don't get it and we only have this many cars, then that's how many, we'll adjust the numbers accordingly. If it's only 20 houses they can go to, or maybe it's 2 different weekends and 20 each time, however it works out, I'm open to both ideas. They're both great ideas. Just one idea requires a little bit more of coordinating with police.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
so as far as the other idea, the non-delivery idea, could you go through that one more time? If we want to have them, we need police, obviously presence to be able to do that and approval, but you said it has to be taken to council in October 19th. It can't be taken to council now, this next time that we're going to council?
Yeah, because I believe they meet next week, Christina.
They do meet next week. But is that a budget meeting? Because we're not supposed to do it on the same day as budget meetings.
I don't know.
Because that's what happened with Tuesday's meeting. We were requesting that it be before that meeting, but they said no committee meetings before budget meetings.
Well, it's just for us to request to them. It wouldn't be a meeting before.
Okay.
So I don't know. I think it would be fine from my understanding to request it. It's a normal meeting. There's public comments in it. So
I'm fine with it. The communication that I just got said the next opportunity that we would be before council would be October 19th, but let me clarify.
Okay.
Guys, I have a question.
Go ahead.
would both events need to go up to council?
For
Like either or? The
well,
delivery or non-delivery?
yes, because we'd have to move money anyway.
Okay, so yeah, we could do either or then.
Do we have to? I thought we set up the budget last year for, or I guess maybe we're gonna
No,
talk.
we're not going to council to ask them whether we want to do one type of event to the other. What we're going to council would be to request the police.
No, we need to go to council to move the money for the that whatchamacallit, the movie. It would be
For the
to
movie.
move
Yeah.
the money.
What money do we have for Halloween?
With
Do we have money in there already for Halloween?
for Halloween? Yes,
Yeah.
they're actually in the process of going through the budget, and they did mention to have committees kind of revise their budgets a bit, and that's why we added budget to it, to kind of see how we could help the town save some money or rethink our ideas so that they're, COVID safe.
Exactly. And when it comes to Halloween, we could just speak about the budget for Halloween right now. We had budgeted for 15,000 to Halloween. The town does not believe I don't think they believe, or the council doesn't believe we need that much money for this event. What the idea is to move 10,000 from Halloween to the movies in the parking lot budget and have $5,000 for Halloween. But we could also change that if we decide to go another route and figure out the numbers.
Sorry, I think that I was a little bit confused before, but just going back to the question I think Emily or Day had about why does it have to go before council? It was the next time that the committee meets. I think that's where the issue was, because we can't have another meeting until October 19th. The committee can't have another meeting until there's already other meetings scheduled, because we're limited to the amount of meetings we can have based on the amount of meetings that the town has that can stream live on our eScribe system. So that's where the issue was. The committee won't be meeting again until October 19th. So whatever decisions we're making should be made today. We can still plan and things like that, but whatever we're going to move forward with would need to be made today, because we don't have another meeting where we don't meet until the 19th
Exactly.
of October.
So now that we got this information from Christina, thank you, Christina, about the police situation. Does anyone have any thoughts on what we want to do? Do we want to go with the delivery option or have it stationary for Halloween this year?
And that would just be pending as long as, like we could make the decision now, but we would just have to confirm with the town manager that it doesn't violate that order, as well as police presence and how much we would need for that.
Yeah, so Christina, can we make can we kind of vote by doing it like as if we do get confirmation, we could go with the stationary if that's how we want to go. But if the stationary doesn't work, we'll go with the delivery option.
Yeah, I guess that can be a motion. Yes.
I mean, is there any way we could have, obviously, do subcommittee meetings have to be live and all this, or can't we just make final decisions at a subcommittee meeting?
They have to be in the sunshine, and because we're not at a place where we could meet in a place, this is the place. It has to be.
Yeah.
Even subcommittee meetings would have to be, live like this on the system that we have such a limitation?
Yes, because subcommittee meetings still have to be open to the public. They still have to be posted duly 48 hours before the meeting takes place, and all of those details.
Okay. So basically, even if we wanted to have subcommittee meetings, we can't really have them until October 19th.
Yeah, basically, it's.
I don't want to speak out of. I know we're live and everything, but at the same time, maybe that's something that needs to be revised, because I don't think we could really keep up with ordinary business in this manner. Honestly, I think it's something that we need to be able to take subcommittee meetings at least in a different way, because I mean, how can we wait till make any decisions for 19th? That's 10 days before, or like it's actually 5 days before the event.
I know. It does make it a lot trickier. Where we are with our e-scribe system, sorry, give me 1 second. With the town's system, we're allotted, I believe it's 60 meetings. We've already gone through majority of them, so we're very limited. I think there's like 12 left before December 2020, and it's quite expensive for the town to add meetings. So they are added at an as needed basis. So it's like really, if there's something emergent that the council needs to meet at that time, they can add additional meetings. So I know it's unfortunate, but you know, we got to go with what we currently have.
Is there a meeting after us, Christina, or are we the last meeting of the night?
Meeting
I actually have a Royal Oaks meeting in less than like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's at 8 p.m. There's another meeting.
So we do have to hurry up on this one then.
Yes.
So does anyone have any emotion that we were talking about, maybe to see which one we want to do?
Sorry, let the record reflect Christina Christoph has called in. So she is now in the meeting. Oh, yes, perfect. Thank you for changing that.
And Christina, if you could hear us, I believe it's *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Sorry that I'm super late. I'm at the office and just got done with patients, but I'm glad to be able to join. So sorry to be so late, but hopefully I can still participate for part of the meeting.
Of course. So right now we're talking about doing a Halloween event. We are currently discussing whether we want to do it a stationary event, kind of like a drive-through type trick-or-treating event, or to do a delivery event. Like we did with the Easter eggs.
The Easter eggs, yeah. And that seemed really successful, so. Yeah,
so I know Daylin had brought up doing a stationary event. I like the idea. I think it's a little more interactive with the stationary event. They get to go out of the house and kind of do something outside of the house, which was Emily brought up. And I love that idea. But we'd have to check in first with the town and see if we could have, first of all, to see if we are approved to go with that idea, as well as having police support for the event.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So from there, then we have to wait. But they're telling us now that the next time that we can meet is October 19th, which would be 5 days from the proposed day for the event.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So it kind of makes it a little difficult to kind of plan this out. So we'd have to make this decision in the next 15 minutes. Or actually before that, because we still have to do our budget part of our meeting.
Okay. Would you like me to give my vote on that, or what point are we at?
Yeah, if you have an opinion on it, go for it.
Well, it sounds like we're not really sure if we can even have a stationary event, and we wouldn't really be able to know that until the last minute, so it would make it hard for planning purposes. So it seems like we would be able to move forward with a drive-by kind of event. So seems like that would be the wise way to go if we can start earlier planning for it.
Okay. Does anyone have anything else before we make a decision? Emily or Daylin, Eddie, Flavia, Eric, Michael, anything?
Brian, through the chair.
Yeah.
If I can explain a little bit more to Christina. Hi, Christina. Hi, how are you? We haven't seen a while. I know you're busy, but I just wanted to say hello. Christina, really quick, because I know we have very little time. We participated with the Easter event, and it was a great idea. We only had a little bit of difficulties in the sense that we had so many houses to deliver all in one day, and it was only 6 trucks. And
Right.
in this case, it would be doing the same thing. Now, a lot of the parents, especially the ones with little ones, and this is where my idea comes from, is that they've been homebound for quite a while. So the idea is, and I know that a lot of parents agree because of the messages that they posted on the Facebook pages before, is that to kind of do something or that they can come out of the house, have the kids dress up, even if they're in the car, and then kind of drive up to us where we can have stationary, maybe different candy stations that they can drive up to, just leave the trunk open, and then we can provide the candy bags and so on to them. But it gets the kids out of the house. You don't have them in the house. You don't have them in the same location. Many parents are not going to be trick-or-treating. I know a lot of the little ones are not going to be doing it because the parents are afraid. Everyone's afraid. But at least they're getting out of the house and doing something different where they can be in the car with music and so on and come up and drive up. That was the idea that I was thinking of. I mean, it all depends on, what you guys want to do. What he was referring to is the officers. Since it's on a Saturday, the town would have to provide the officers and, through with the budget that we have and so on. We need to discuss that part, and the council, of course. But
What
that
if
would
it
be
wasn't
only difference into that. Huh?
Christina, Christina Lavassier, if it weren't a Saturday, do we still need to do the police situation?
Yes, because if we have a drive-through event where there'll be ticket sales, police presence would need to be there to make sure they need to direct traffic and ensure that nobody's skipping the line and things like that, similar to what they would do for like a drive-through food bank.
It would be a lot. Would it be a lot less expensive during the week?
Which, Eddie, if I can
sorry,
listen,
go ahead. I interrupted you.
Sorry, I'm so sorry for that. When the Methodist Church does their food drive, they do it early in the morning, and that's on a Thursday. But since none of the schools are open, they're using those officers to kind of guide the traffic and so on. So regardless, they're still going to need officers. And we do use officers as well for the movies at the park. So, I mean, that it's always the same.
And the issue is the schedule, that we wouldn't get the approval for the officers until middle of October. Is that correct?
No, we could get it by next week.
We just can't meet again to set up the actual plan until the 19th.
Right.
Until the 19th of this month.
We have 10 minutes left, so if you guys want to make a decision on this, we also just have to go over the budget just really quickly.
I'm gonna motion that we decide. I'm gonna motion for a stationary event for Halloween.
We have a second. We have a second, a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I'm Christina saying aye.
For oppose or for yes? Well, seeing none, the motion passes. So we did make a decision to do a Halloween event for a stationary event. Do you guys want the same kind of concept where we talked about, we could still do the same concept that we had for the delivery one, but this time it doesn't have to be a superhero theme. It could be more of a Halloween event like we do with the parks, but this time it would be a drive-through type event, where we would hand out candy like we do at the food distributions. And we could decorate the tents if we have tents and all that stuff. I guess we would have to make that decision, Manny, as we go, correct?
Christina?
Sorry, you're asking about the logistics of the event?
Yeah, how would we go about it? Would that be, we can't do that as a committee until October 19th, so.
Yeah, so we'll have to meet at that time to discuss the logistics. We don't know how many tents, who's going to be in these tents. And we have to actually, we'll have to talk to police and make sure that we can actually do the stationary event. As long as it doesn't violate, we should be fine.
Okay, I know chairs don't usually do this, but I'm going to make a motion for a backup to do a delivery event as a backup if we do not get approved by the town, to do a delivery event for the Halloween if the stationary one does not pass. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, motion passes. So what we'll do is we'll start looking into what we're going to do for the actual stationary event. We'll present it to council next week with the budget request. When we go into it now really quickly, if it does not work for the stationary, we'll go with the delivery for the event.
Well, now I don't think there's much to discuss with the budget because we don't know what that looks like as a dollar amount. So I don't know if we can move around and make changes without knowing exactly what this one will cost, if there will be tents and things like that.
Exactly.
So we can hold off on that part.
Okay. But if let's say we do get approved to do it, can we make a motion to, if we do get approved, to not move any money, but if we don't get approved, then we do decide to do the delivery one, can we still make a motion to move money if we end up going with the delivery?
I mean, that's a lot of ifs and thens. I think we can just take it day by day because at that point we'll already be in the new fiscal year. So whatever the council decides to grant us as our budget will be our working budget for that year.
I have a question.
Go for it, Emily.
Is there any way we can do instead of a movies at the park, can we move the money over for Halloween?
There is a chance, when I was in communication with Claricel, there was a specific something that took place, I believe, last year with the Special Needs Committee, where they were able to move sponsorship dollars from one fiscal year into the next. So there is a chance that we will be able to, and I did have to get confirmation about that. But there is a chance that we will be able to move sponsorship dollars, which would be those revenue funds that we did move into our expenditure account last council meeting.
Okay.
But going into the budget a little bit, I know we had talked about it because there was a possibility that we may have lost money. I think we were trying to save some money if we could before we start losing something. And it would be, I don't know, we could still move Manny, correct? And just make it how it is if the council approves it. I don't know how to go by this because we were planning on, if we do move money, move some money to do more drive-in movies.
Yeah, well, that would be the plan if we would do the, again, like Christina said, we wouldn't be able to know exactly how much money we will need for the Halloween event. So at this point, I don't think it'd be an issue to talk about that, to change it now. But we would have to do it based on what we decide and what we spend for the Halloween event. But yeah, the idea basically was to take some of the money that that we would not use from the Halloween event to then move forward and do more movies in the coming months in November, December, January, February. So we'll be able to have some more events that would be socially distanced.
Got it.
So that's just the basic idea. But again, that was more so going off of what we budgeted for the what we discussed. So we would just have to wait to see what we would have to spend in the new idea of
for the Halloween.
At this point, I don't think it'd be any issue of just leaving it as it is right now. And like Christina said, to see what happens starting October 1, and then I think we can move on from there.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait to see what happens, what the council decides, and we'll have to move on from there. Basically, when it comes to budget, I guess we're gonna keep the same budget, but we are going to plan to do the same type of socially distanced events with everything. So the bike rodeo, I don't know how that's gonna work, but we'll figure that out. Halloween, of course, we just spoke about it. The movies at the park is now movies in the parking lot. Ice cream social, the same. Just Run, the same. And the job fair would be a virtual interview workshop for students. So we wouldn't have to touch the budget. It would be the same with social distance events. We could kind of work with all of that. At this time, I don't think there's anything else to go over, Christina, correct? And Annie?
We can go over on, I think, the announcements and.
Yep. So at this time, do we have any announcements for the committee? Anyone have anything? Any special occasions, special news, anything? Okay, so I won't go over the census stuff, or well, I will just do the census and fill it out. One thing,
of course, it's not a meeting if we don't go.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm on crunch time with the census right now. It's important. But on a serious note, please, everyone, keep Officer Juan Rodriguez in your prayers. As if some of you do not know, he is in the hospital. He is doing a little better. That's what's been reported to me. So please keep Officer Juan Rodriguez in your prayers and for a speedy recovery, and we can hopefully have him back here soon. Do we have any other announcements or anything that anyone has to say? Seeing that there is none, do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I'll motion to adjourn the meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And the meeting is adjourned at 7:59 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for joining the meeting tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great night, guys.
Thank you.
Good night. Stay
care,
safe.
everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Christina?
Yeah, Jay.
Hey, Manny, how's everything? Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm still slowly admitting our other participants in right now, but it is good to see you all. Hopefully doing well. So far, we only have members that have joined. I do have one individual. Let me see. And I do believe we also are waiting on member Cedeno, who should be joining shortly. User Colin, can you hear us?
Actually, Colin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear everybody. Hello, everybody.
I think Colin, for some reason, has hijacked my computer for school, and that should be Anson Christensen.
Gotcha. And I'm Sarah. My daughter's been borrowing my iPad, so that's Marcus.
Yeah, and I have no clue how to figure out how to.
You guys are keeping me on my toes.
All right.
All right,
Willie,
Chris,
you look
Anson.
relaxed, Willie.
Yeah.
Anson, give me a second. I will rename you
Very
now.
relaxed.
I'm under. Yeah, exactly.
He looks comfortable.
All you need is a beer, man.
Very
A glass of
much.
wine.
Okay, there you go, Anson. You have been renamed.
You want to rename me there, Jamie?
Yes, I will.
On the account. Yeah, that's fine, but it's not permanently.
Okay.
Manny,
All
did you
right.
catch those? Manny, did you catch those deer yourself? Manny. Manny, no me oye. Manny.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So mute.
You see, I mean, I have his audio playing, so I don't have him muted of any fashion. Manny, can you hear us? Manny, can you hear us?
I'll text him.
I guess I'll take this time real quick just to let everyone know. As typical with our Zoom meetings, these are being live recorded. These are public meetings. So we will follow our same orders as we usually do. Robert's Rules of Orders, we will also be following the agenda that was sent out to everyone. Is there anyone that did not or could not open the agenda on the invite? Okay. We have Danny Angel still here also from the town with us, who will be sitting on the meeting. And then you'll see help desk there, but there's just making sure that our live stream is still moving forward. Homero, can you hear us? I know I saw him reconnecting to audio a second ago. Homero, can you hear us? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. We already have quorum. I just want to try to get everyone on the same page as far as their audio and active in the meeting before we go ahead and open it up. I'm going to check. I think Homero might be having some issues with his audio. Manny, can you hear us now? Oh, all right. You're muted, Manny.
Okay.
There we
Perfect. Okay. So there we got one. Now we just got to check on Homero.
Jeremy, perhaps you want to enable the chat to see if he takes a look at that.
I have been advised usually not to go with the chat, but let's go ahead and see if I can activate it. All right, so I put it with host only, and then let's see.
Homero, can you hear us now? I just saw you put on your headphones. Nope.
You need a new computer, Homero.
Muero está haciendo sign language.
I might have to give him a call and just see if he'll call in then.
I hear you.
Okay, he's writing back to me.
We got 3 people with a microphone on block.
Yes, the other ones, Elsa can hear us, and Barbara can too. So the issue seems to just be that Homero can't hear us right now, and IT is telling me that there is no active mic coming up for him either. Yeah, I'm going. I have IT telling me we're gonna have to just. He can leave his video, but he might have to use his cell phone to call. So let me give him a quick call real quick and see if he'll just call in, and then we can expedite this.
Jeremy, I just saw a mic pop up under Homero. You may want to try to unmute it to see if it works on your end.
Unmute him. Let's see what happens if we unmute him.
Testing, yeah. Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay. All right.
Okay, perfect. Let me call back in now on my phone.
Okay.
Okay. Elsa and Barbara, you can hear us, right? Okay,
Fine.
great.
Thank you. Back up just in case.
Okay, so I am back. Give me 1 second. Let me just set my computer back, and then we'll kick this
we
off.
I don't see William anymore. There we go.
Chair over there.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Again, I do appreciate everyone being here, and definitely appreciate you guys serving on this committee and serving on this advisory board to help your guys' community. We do have quorum, so I'm gonna go ahead and George, do you still have the roster list with you?
Yes,
Perfect. All right. So I'll go ahead and you turn it over to you for our roll call, and we'll get this meeting started.
Okay. William is here, right? Present. Jesus Mendoza is here.
Present.
Homero's here.
Yes, present.
Anson is here?
Here.
Your name. Okay, I heard you. Arlene? Arlene? I guess not. Daniel? Paul? Paul? No. Marcos is here. Present. Eno Gonzalez? No. I'm here. Eddie Serena? No. Barbara's here? Okay. Manny's here. And Elsa's here. Okay, that's roll call. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Perfect. So with that, you do have quorum. You do have 9 members in participation. I'll turn it over to Homero to go ahead and start this meeting off.
Hi, how are you guys? Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jeremy, for putting this together as well. We have the call to order, roll call, public comments. I don't know if we have anybody that is not part of the committee that they should know that they're limited to 3 minutes and they can speak up as we open this meeting right now. And if they want to do so, we will allow them to speak for 3 minutes. So I don't know if we have anybody that outside the committee that wants to speak.
At this moment, I do not have anyone in our waiting list. I am going for the record just to state that I have Eddie Sereno from the committee member stepping into the meeting now at 8:14 p.m.
Sorry for being so late.
Okay, Eddie's in.
So Homero, with that, we can go ahead. I don't have.
So we don't have anybody. So everybody has a copy of Jeremy sent out as part of the old business, and we can start with the guard gate equipment, the upgrade, the update. Can you give us an update, Jeremy, on what's going on?
Yes. So our guard gates are. Let me just make sure I open the agenda. Our guard gate equipment has been installed, as we know, and as we can see, it has already had some run-ins. They seem to keep crashing into vehicles for some reason, you know. None of our guard gates, and this is one question that I get asked often from the committee, is none of these gates have actually been broken beyond repair. That was one of the bonuses of these guard gate arms, the fact that they are breakaway. So all we're managing to continue to lose is bushings. And in some very, very limited cases, we've lost a bolt or two. We have already rectified some of the ongoing initial issues we had with the addition of the new safety sensor. So I know at the beginning we had a lot of calls about gate arms being stuck open, a lot of calls for gate arms sometimes not functioning. And that was just basically the learning curve it took us and the security vendor and basically educating on how these new safety sensors work. We've already gone over some new training. Each guard, I know that the base of operations for SFM has actually put up all of the protocols and processes for checking the sensor to eliminate that as an issue of any of these arms not functioning. So we've already managed to work through that end. And then one other update within these guard gates that we're learning now with this newer system is there was select guard gate arms that had pieces part of a batch from the manufacturer that had some issues. Nothing that was going to cause any actual concern. However, they are being replaced by the manufacturer themselves. So those are already en route and will be installed shortly.
Jeremy,
yes.
I have a question. Okay, I know that luckily we haven't had to repair the arm, but someone's got to go out there, reinstall it, you know, a town maintenance guy. What's the average cost every time one of those gates has gone down to put it back up? Worst case scenario.
So far, we're looking, the current repairs are, if it's just replacing the 2 bushings and placing back, which has been the more than not, it's around $200.
Okay. All right. So weren't we going to get signs saying if gate is damaged, they'll be charged X? How are those signs? Because
Correct.
If
So
we have a
started
sign
working on-
saying, if you hit a gate arm, you're gonna have to pay $300. You know?
Correct. And then so what we've done is we've already gone ahead and drafted and brought it before, and I believe Homero's already seen it. And we've all seen the signage that was recently drafted. We're waiting to get back on estimates, and because some of our other funds in repairs, maintenance, not just strictly gate arms, the expenses are starting to come in. I'm trying to see if we balance it for this year or move it to the next fiscal year. So we have the plans are before we can start instituting it to have the signage up, because that's going to be another issue that we foresee if we don't have signage and someone trying to fight the repair damage fee.
Yeah, none of the guard houses have a sign.
Correct.
And we should have at least 2 signs per gate, per guard house on each side, on each end of the building, when they come in and when they get out as well.
Right. So what I've been in discussions, and we've met on site with the vendor already multiple times, and we've actually been able to try to bring the price down. And that's what I'm working on now, as far as trying to get our year-end projections in with our repairs, so I can try to stick and get this expense in this year to be done ASAP.
Right. And I would like to put minimum charge, because if they break the arm where it can't be repaired, it's not going to be $200. But I mean, every time these morons hit a freaking gate, it's costing us $200. You know?
Correct. Can I say something?
That's
Can
true.
I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair for the residents of Royal Oaks to pay for the damage somebody else does, and that's going to hurt us at the end of the year with the budget, So I think they should charge them for any damage they cause to the barrier.
We put a minimum charge of $250, let's say, right? But we got to put in minimum, because if they really break it, then it could be more, right?
Yeah,
so we got to have now that the guards are going to have more time, that they're not going to have to do tags. We could have a report. We could do all that stuff.
So that is the game plan. SFM is already providing with every single incident report anytime there is any breakthrough in the normal flow of operation, and if there is any crash accidents, they're following up completely with police reports. So as far as the documentation end, we are already prepping for these fees to be assessed. It's simply getting up that signage and starting to go through the process of filing back these claims against the drivers.
So does that mean that the people that we do have a report for, we're not going to charge them?
As of right now, I have one, or we're working on one right now to see the dynamics of how we're going to do it for the one incident where it was a more than not severely damaged gate.
Yeah, because if you're doing traffic crash reports, you could be charging them right now. You don't need to have a sign. There's a traffic crash. They cause damage. They're liable for it.
Yeah, and if you allow me to chime in here, and Mr. Riera is correct, and that's what we're doing right now. We're just collecting all the data right now, and we have a meeting scheduled within the next week or so with our attorney, and we're going to sit down with our police major to see how exactly we pursue this. That's what we're going to do.
Getting a sign up there, we got to get that through legal, and I mean, getting a sign, though, we can go to Fast Sign and get a sign quickly, because this is going to keep happening. So, we could talk to Lorenzo and see, what's the minimum we could put the word minimum in there, so people know you hit it, you got to pay $300 a minimum. They know it. But I mean,
Jeremy,
you got to have a little urgency to get that
Jeremy,
sign.
did you say that you were in the process of getting quotes for the signs, or?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So they originally they put in the original quote poles, but I've already gone each site on a second visit with the vendor to show that we have poles that are already erected that we can just tag our signs onto. And just like Homero had mentioned, I believe it was, we're looking at one on every entrance and at a minimum of one of every entrance and one every exit.
Right. That's a great idea. If we can leverage the poles that are already there, it reduces the operating cost. But to Marcus's point, I think we need to add the minimum word there. So because sometimes if the arm doesn't break, then end up damaging the moving mechanism or knocking down the entire assembly of the arm.
Yeah, and the town sends someone out there. There's a charge for the town sending someone out there. I think Jeremy just said it costs $200, even though it's minor. That's the cost every time one of those signs go down.
Right, it's more than just parts, it's the labor as well.
Yeah, no, and it's money. Who is this $200 coming out of our budget on the STD, on the special tax district budget?
You better believe it.
So
It's
we're paying
coming
for
from
that.
repairs, correct?
No, it's coming out of Manny's pocket.
So I have a question. What right now, if I remember correctly from our previous meeting, there are no video cameras actually functioning at the guard gates. It's the tag reader and the video the actual cameras of that we could record back and watch are not really functioning, right?
Correct, they're not.
Correct. So all you have is the LPRs and then the actual guards themselves.
So at this point, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I guess it's just on my side of Royal Oaks where I live. As I drive out, I mean, there's a guard on the other side taking license plates. But like, if I decide because I'm in a hurry to plow through the gate, no one's gonna really get my tag and write me up for breaking a guard gate and charge me $200. So I think that's something that we need to try to control, because at this point, who knows who breaks the guard gate on the way out? You know, on the way in, you could tell because they're there, but on the way out, how do they actually manage that? And how do you keep track of who did it and then charge them afterwards if there's no cameras?
So in this case, what's happened, and I think there was one incident where the driver ended up taking off. We were able to get a make, and I don't think we got the model of the car, but that's correct. That was before. Now, even if they decide to plow through the sign and not stop at all, and the guard catches no visual, license plate readers that we just installed will catch them.
But that's once they're working, which they're still not working yet.
So we have some sort of
so as of now, like Eddie is saying, anybody that goes through either 162nd or 79th going out, there's no way that the security guard is going to know who broke the gate.
So just let me go ahead and clarify that the LPRs are up and running.
Oh, they are?
Been up, yes. And I was going to bring that up in the later section for the LPR dates. But I already ran with the LT and we looked in on the system and they're completely operational. PD is seen all 4 up and ready and rolling, and they're active.
Did the SIM cards come in, Jeremy, last week?
Yes, they came in late Friday. I wanted to say they came in Friday evening, and they were placed right then and there. So LT configured, the lieutenant had configured it, I believe, when we got back. And as of today, I saw the actual interface, and they are active.
Good.
I wanna share this with you guys. Last night I was coming in through 168th. I think it was about 10:30, 10:45. The lady that was there taking the tax, she was frustrated because there was a tow truck coming in and towing an SUV. So she can get the tag of the SUV, but she couldn't get the tag of the tow truck. And the same thing is going to happen with the LPRs. In a situation like that, we don't know what's the tag number of the tow truck coming in. And I know in the past, I've heard that they have used tow trucks to steal cars inside of Royal Oaks. So
correct. And that's actually,
I was raising my eyebrows last night as I was coming in. It took her like 10 minutes and she was frustrated. And at the end, she couldn't even take the tag of the tow truck. So with the LPRs, that's going to be an issue. And here, something like that happens, and I guess she's going to have to tell the driver, "Give me your registration because I gotta have a tag." She couldn't get it. There was no way because it was underneath the tow.
Well, when the truck comes out, you know, the LPR can read the, you know, the sign in the door of the truck or something like that.
Yeah, if it comes out. Oh yeah, with the card. But if it comes out with a card, which is not the same one that came in,
well,
it's not going to read the tow truck.
I think one of the things that Jeremy had on the agenda is, you know, now that they don't have to take pictures, that we got to configure best practices. And I think that's something that it's a very good point. When a tow truck comes in there, you know, they have to be able to read that tag, or like you said, give them the registration so
Right.
to write the tag. That could be one of the best practices, because I don't think that happens in that often, but when it does, we have to be able to do that. So Jeremy, so with the SIM cards, the LPRs are currently operational. That's it. They're interfacing with our police department, with law enforcement already.
Yep. So as of, I confirmed it today, but the PD had already told me that they had already set up the names and adjusted all of these sites so that all the officers know exactly which site is which. As of earlier this week, I don't know if that was Tuesday or if they were able to do some of it over the weekend.
Let me ask you a question about the LPRs. Let's say you have a situation like that where a guard sees that something's not right with the tow truck. Does that LPR have a feature where that guard could contact our local police quickly, like a button they could push or something they can call, that they could say, hey, we got an issue here? Could that interface with our local police department too, that guard that's on those guard gates?
As simple as a phone call. So part of their protocols, and mainly during those wee hours of the morning, part of their protocols is if they see anything, they have to alert police. Our PD, both emergency and non-emergency lines, are placed on a lot of our paperwork for the guards, so they should be doing that already. If something seems off, they can always inform a guard. This is from post such and such from this location, just advising you of a car. And typically, our PD will go ahead and send a patrol.
Okay.
Now, in our case, where if they feel something was off, now the PD can be checking both gates to see if there's any exit and if that individual has left before the time they can get there. So that's the plus side as well. We can see entrance and exit.
And they can go look at that recording. That recording stays in there for a few days.
Remember, it's not a recording. It is just an image of a license plate.
Okay.
PD then if it hits any of the hot lists for any crimes or anything illicit, it'll pop up. If there's nothing, it's just a picture that is stored away.
So just to confirm, as a not as a committee, but as, let's say, SFM, they have access to an entire roster of all the plates that have come in and out, or is that only available on records of police?
Only police and through the FDLE software that they have rights to can the actual pictures be recovered.
I hate to bring up, to be devil's advocate here again, but again, if we don't have a record of who went out and hit the gate on the way out, I'm just saying this because I'm pretty sure the one here actually broke already on the way out. If we don't have access to who broke that exactly, I mean, we have to then petition the police department to say, hey, around this time, someone broke the gate. Who is it? And if it was at 8 a.m. and there were a bunch of people, how do we determine that?
We have a guard there looking at that.
Correct.
But they're facing the other direction. I've never seen a guard facing the direction of exit. I've never seen.
So, in the cases,
the guard is right there. If he doesn't see someone going through on the other side, that's like 4 feet away.
And also, one factor that helped with this last issue at 162nd, I think, is the one you're referring to. They immediately see that the green LED is not where it should be anymore, and it's either on the floor or definitely not in its position. So the bright light of the actual guard, he can see that exit gate arm from his post, even if he's mainly facing the entrance. Additionally, if they are not sitting at the desk and they cannot see right to the right through the window, the gate arm, if they're outside, even more so, they should be able to hear anything that happens. And that'll give us a time, and then we can go back to the actual database with PD.
Yeah, and that's one of the best practices we want to determine, because they're not going to be taking tags. So we have some input as to what we want them to do, to look out for gate arms being broken, to look out for suspicious activity. That's part of the thing. I don't think we're going to decide today, but that we got to think through, because not having to take a tag or take a picture is going to free up a heck of a lot of time.
So outside of that, just to cover back the update for the LPRs, all the LPRs and all 4 guardhouses are up and running. Each guardhouse has an entrance and an exit LPR, so catching both entry and exit. And as I stated, they are simply notifying and tagging any illicit records on the vehicle tag. Other than that, it's just a picture that's taken and that's kept in case there's ever a recall for any issues.
Okay. Any more questions?
Any questions? Any questions for LPR?
I think we're okay with that, guys, right?
I'm good.
We can move on to the next item, which is B, the update on the maintenance items like the pressure washing, the bathrooms, the lighting, the windows. Let's go to B. So,
Okay.
Jeremy, where are we with that?
So we have already cleaned up interior. We have done some interior paint to the more beat up guardhouses. Those that were already exhibiting. In some cases, we got to actually go and patch up some walls, and then repaint. We haven't gotten to all of them just yet. Our handyman is trying to balance that with the rest of all of the other repairs throughout the town. So we've moved forward on a lot of paint. We have some minor equipment repairs that were pretty bad as far as some of the electrical outlets that were replaced already. We've swapped out a few of the surge protectors that were already getting old. I know there was once brought to my attention the issue of a microwave. That is something that is handled through SFM, but I do know that they have already replaced it over at 167th. We have gone ahead and replaced multiple panels of drop ceiling. And we have been repairing through the summer now, as we could have imagined, a lot of the AC issues going on from keeping these doors open and running the AC at almost max capacity. We are seeing there is one AC unit that we're actually going in and revisiting pretty soon to check on its status, as it was leaking more than not, even after we swapped out some of the panels and some of the pieces. That is the one over at 79th Ave that is on one of our upcoming work orders to be reworked. I'm trying to see exterior lights. We have already swapped out a majority of the exterior lights, with the exception, I will note, of 167th that I'm actually scheduled to meet with our electrical contracting vendor because we have replaced these lights now 3 times in the past 6 months. And we need to look at better uplighting solutions because what was previously there was continuously circuiting out. So we're going to go ahead and look at a different fixture, ideally not having to change its position or any of its actual power lines. But we are looking into that for 167th. As far as blinds, previously we had some of these guards placing up newspapers, papers, and whatever they can find to block out some of these windows. We have been able to go ahead and change out a majority of the large, more standardized size blinds. And in some cases, we found out even when we put new blinds, some of the guards were still adding some of this paper and stuff to block more sunlight. So with that, our handyman is actually working on some films as well to place to try and deter some of that sunlight penetration and some of those privacy issues. And in 3 of the guardhouses, our handyman has actually gone ahead and added these pads right next to the entrance of the guardhouse, right where the security guards are basically pushing the buttons. From their hands rubbing and their wrists rubbing so much from there, they've actually begun to wear out paint and will continue to wear out paint. So handyman was able to install a little like plastic pad right there so we can deter any future concerns and needs for repairs of retouching up paint and anything within that little area that's a high touch surface. That's what we are continuously checking out. I don't think I have any other updates for interior and exterior maintenance. Is there anything outside of those items that have been brought up recently or anybody has noticed that I'm not aware of?
Oh, basically like the pictures that I sent you when I inspected all 4 guardhouses. You know, definitely they need a lot of work. they haven't done anything all these years. I mean, Miami-Dade County didn't care about maintaining them. And we have an issue with the shutters. Luckily, we haven't got any hurricanes, and I think we have talked about perhaps maybe changing those windows and doors maybe to impact windows and the doors as well, and maybe put some type of filming that it will keep the guardhouse even cool inside. And maybe we on new business, pretty sure a lot of the guys will bring up new ideas. What are we going to be doing with the guards in there? And I don't know the numbers. We're going to have to go over the numbers, what we have money-wise, and changing those windows and the sliding glass doors. I don't think it's going to cost a lot of money. I think we can get good prices on impact windows, and even we can get it with the double insulated glass and save some money on the electrical bill, because at the end of the day, we're all paying for that. And I'm hoping that they're changing the light bulb with the new LED light bulbs and all that they don't put an incandescent 60 watts when you can put an LED that only consumes 5 watts. And that makes a huge difference while paying FPL. So I don't know how you guys feel about that. And definitely painting the exterior of the guardhouses, which we haven't done that. I know the roof was clean and it looks good, but we gotta do that. And the same thing with the dead end streets on 82nd Avenue. The iron that has not been painted. We did the pressure cleaning, which it looks good on the Keystone and that, but the columns and the iron, I believe that has to be painted as well. So I don't know if
so Homero, if I can just really quick step in, what I want to do is just make sure that if there are any other, because a lot of this is going to be some of the new business items.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, before we jump into that, I want to just make sure that I give anyone a chance if there's any discussion on the maintenance items for the old business that I've mentioned, if there's anything else to be noted that's more of a recurring maintenance, and then we'll get into these maintenance plans and
right.
we want to maybe put a name to dollar-wise
exactly.
for this upcoming fiscal year. So is there any questions on any updates that you guys may have, anything that a guard may have noted to you that's more of a minor maintenance repair item?
Not on my end. I don't know if any of you guys have talked to any of the guards.
I just
Not on
want
my
to
end
ask,
here.
as far as the stuff in old business, all of that has been covered for the current maintenance budget, right? None of that is broken the bank or anything?
Correct. All that is from our operating budget of 1920.
So I got a question. So I'm glad to see that some of these things got done. And but do we have plans to have some of this maintenance being reoccurring, like maybe twice a year, pressure cleaning, or are we just gonna go as needed? Because I mean, it's like a house. If you don't stay on top of it, things get deteriorated, and then they end up costing more. So
and that's something that we're definitely. I hear you. I mean, it's easy always to put new things or put something in and not think about the ongoing maintenance. But that's definitely something that I'm taking a look at and seeing when is the next touch up for a potential pressure cleaning needed. But right now we have it scheduled where we'll be taking care at least at a minimum yearly. And we can review and see what we look like at an 8-month mark, at a 6-month mark, and see if it is down the road potentially going to be needed done twice a year, or however this advisory board feels that it should be maintained.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I think it's critical that we maintain the curb appeal, those guard gates, because that's the image that we portrayed of our neighborhood. And if they look nice and appealing, it keeps our property values up, and it's it's best practice to basically keep them up.
Definitely.
Okay.
Same thing with the landscaping on those guardhouses as well.
Yeah, and that's put onto a a cycle, so they'll get mowed with other right of way cycles alongside 82nd and then along the actual planters. So those are already placed and budgeted into our existing budget and our future budget.
Good. So anything else, guys, on old business that you guys can think of? So I guess we can move on to new business. And I think Danny Angel, do you have anything on new business for us? No.
Thank you.
Okay, what do you guys want to talk about new business? I mentioned about maybe getting a price on the doors and windows, impact. What are we going to be doing with the guard guys now that perhaps they might have some time, since we already have the LPRs already working 100%. So what do we want to be doing with the extra time that they might have? I don't know if I was thinking perhaps maybe, I don't know, take a look at our budget and buy 2 golf carts, one on the east and one on the west, and maybe on the downtime have those guys patrol the area, so people know that they are going around, and we can create a route where they can get to that point and they can check in. I don't know how you guys feel about that. And now is the time that we can discuss and bring it up into a new business.
Well, I think as far as golf carts are concerned, if we want to do that, that should be part of the guard contract. I don't really think it's a good idea to get into now the golf cart maintenance. That's just my point.
So let me interject really quickly.
Wouldn't we also need more than? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Let me just clarify just before we move forward in this discussion. So under the current agreement, when we adopted and took over these guardhouses and part of the actual processes, we must maintain a physical presence within the guardhouse at all times. There must be a human element within the gardens, and that's in the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me just clarify that.
So that means that the guy cannot move from there.
Now, in other situations, and this is just so you're aware, I mean, you have other special taxing districts that do have an additional person and rover that can be added to the contract. The maintenance wouldn't be part of it. None of the actual, we wouldn't have the ownership. We would just basically have almost like a leased vehicle there for the guard that is going to be dictated to be roving for whatever section it is and whatever time periods we feel needed.
I think if we
need 2
consider
people,
that,
basically.
I think if that is ever considered, well, first of all, it defeats the purpose of what we're going to say. Well, what do we have the guards do? I got an idea that I'll share with you now, but when and if we do get to that point, I think once we get into buying a vehicle, leasing a vehicle, I think that that's not a good proposition. I think it's, let's say we determine we want a rover from midnight to 6 a.m. I think the security guard, what does that cost? You know, let them incur liability, let them use their own vehicle, you know, not get in that business of now we have to maintain a golf cart, we have to lease a vehicle, you know, that stuff gets expensive. On that point.
When I say lease, I just mean the ownership would not rely on the town and or the special taxing district, but it would rely on the vendor. That's what I meant by lease. So
right.
Just clarify that. Yeah.
Okay, that's what you mean by lease. Yeah. So we have a vendor. Let's say that we start getting a rash of break-ins from midnight to 6, or from midnight to 8. Hey, SFM, how much would it be to put a rover from midnight to 8? You know, and then we see if we have that in a budget, and we could look at that next fiscal year once we accomplish all the other things that we've talked about as far as, you know, sprucing up the guard gates, maybe putting impact glass or what have you. Now, as far as best practices, I remember talking to Lorenzo, and he said that there is no issue whatsoever with a guard when someone comes in saying good evening, and then, you know, just staying quiet. They go, oh, I'm here to see. No, I live here, whatever. They cannot deny access, but they can make eye contact. I think making eye contact with people coming into the community is a good thing. You know, making eye contact, waving. How are you today? You know, not. I know you've looked at it, right, Jamie? You said you were going to give us some proposals as far as what you recommend as best practices.
So what my idea was to see more or less what we want to shape, and then I can provide some different options of what type of basically creating almost like a draft introduction that the guards would make at every time they stop a vehicle that isn't a well-known resident, that is frequently coming through the visitor lane or anything of that sort. So we would basically just draft up a mock, not speech, but almost just like a pretty prepared introduction that every guard would state to everybody.
Yeah, are you a resident? Are you visiting?
Yeah.
You know, whatever. Yeah.
Whatever the actual whatever verbiage we want to place is what I was going to say. I can provide maybe some input on different verbiages. However, that's if this is something the advisory board wants to look into doing.
Can that statement change, like for the hours, like, you know, a certain statement after 12 o'clock to 6 a.m. and stuff like that? So just, you know, more during those hours, it seems like would be more like a better idea to ask people, you know, just certain questions or certain introductions.
I can definitely review that with legal and see if we can change it depending on the time. In an hour, I don't see an issue. Why? Just my real hesitation is going to be what verbiage can we actually use.
During the day, I don't really want to slow people down. You know, I mean, but during certain hours, it's not very busy. As 12 a.m. to 6. I mean, 12 to 6 a.m. And that's when. And when those people see they get eye contact, they'll think twice because they've already been witnessed. They got a witness, and they just, you know, they'd move on to the next place.
Hey, Jeremy, can you ask Lorenzo? I think I asked him and he said it wasn't an issue. You could ask, but if they don't want to give it to you, they don't have to.
Well, that's
pretty
correct.
Huh?
That's correct. We can almost pretty much
Ask for
request
their
anything.
license? Yeah.
Correct, but it's at the end of the day, they don't have to. They're not required to because it is a public road.
That's okay. So that one they pay a little more close attention to, and maybe they have to make a phone call on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So, gents.
And it,
But
just for
I think that's a
clarification.
great idea. That midnight to 8 in the morning, you ask for a license. We don't want to do that during the day because it's going to clog up traffic. But we could say midnight to 8 a.m. You ask for the license. If they don't give it to you, they don't give it to you. But you at least ask, right? If that can be done.
In this instance, let's just take a step back. Before we can get into more of a discussion of this and then eventually potentially vote on it and give the town direction, can we go ahead and just make it a motion? See if it gets seconded, we'll discuss. And then from there, if we need to call a vote, we'll call a vote.
Go ahead, Marcos.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion if the town legal counsel says it's okay that between the hours of midnight and 8 in the morning, we have the guards ask for a license and not deny access if the license is not provided, but they at least ask.
Marcos, maybe instead from 12 to 8, maybe 12 to 6.
Yeah. 12 to
after
6. That's
after
correct.
6, we might have issues, people getting out and delaying.
That's correct. Okay, so I'll restate it. I like to make a motion to check with legal counsel to have the guards between the hours of 12 and 6 a.m. ask everyone entering the community, unless the guard sees it's a resident, for their license. And if the license is not given, obviously they give access, but at least ask for the license. And if they're suspicious, they contact the police.
Second.
Okay.
Do I have a
Anybody
second
Second
for
motion.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Vaina. Any other input from any other committee members?
Not on this particular item. I do want to talk about another item when we're done.
Okay.
So
We'll go ahead and close this up.
Should we take a
If there's
vote on
no-
this one so we can move on
Yes.
to the other one? So let's go ahead and take a vote. Everyone in favor of aye, just raise your hand, and like that is easier for them to get a count.
Let's not. let me just go ahead and also make sure I have that screen fully open. The only one we cannot see is Anson at the moment. Anson, that's my fault. Let me see. See if you
Anson,
can.
Eddie, we can see Elsa, but Elsa, can you hear us? Yeah.
Yes, she had her hand raised.
Okay.
And then Eddie as well.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
So perfect. So we,
All right.
we got everyone there. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Okay, so motion passes.
That was unanimous.
No, it's just a man.
All right. I believe Mr. Garcia has another item he wanted to bring up.
Go
So
ahead, Will.
since we are in the new business, I wanted to bring back the topic of landscaping. We have multiple areas that we have neglected for years, for whatever reasons, right? It's been a battle between the association, this committee, the town. Should we invest some money, which clearly have a running cost on a monthly basis to maintain these areas? I'm talking about the areas that have been designed at the end of each street facing 82nd, where we close those streets and we have some sort of landscaping, perhaps not every one that has been closed, but several of them.
I agree. I agree with Will. Today I noticed when I was coming in 162nd that that dead end street where we have the light that has a nice landscaping area in there. But most of the ones of the dead ends exiting to 82nd, we only have the columns, a little bit of grass, and sometimes the grass doesn't even look good. So I think we should, do more so they can see that we're taking care of the neighborhood.
Let me just add that when you're talking landscaping, you're also going to have to invest in irrigation, sprinkler systems, and such forth. Otherwise, whatever you plant is just going to die.
Well, we can go with a xeriscape where you don't need water in some of the plants. So we're going to have to look for alternatives because Mr. Llerena, you're absolutely right. If we don't have water, a lot of those plants will definitely die. And then trying to do a good, we might be doing something worse. Definitely. But there are alternatives that we can use as far as landscape. So, anyone else?
With that, just once again, because I make sure it's clear when directing anything that I need to look into more. Will, can you clarify are we looking at internally of the dead end areas that currently aren't landscaped or the exterior portion of them?
So one particular one is the one right on 82nd Avenue and 162nd Street. Once upon a time, a landscaper came in and did a nice design. I remember they rode Miami Lakes with the trees, the shrubs they planted. They were trimmed in a way that it said Miami Lakes, and that was it. That was abandoned. No maintenance after that.
Is this on the gatehouse or adjacent to the gatehouse?
This is right across the gatehouse.
Okay.
Outside where we have the light, the light. When you're coming on 82nd, east on 82nd.
Correct.
Okay.
I have a feeling that the area you're talking about is something that we did not do. We meaning Royal Oaks. It was somebody else that did that by the street line.
And I think, Danny, do you have any information on that and any restrictions we may have along that 82nd Ave?
Yeah,
we'll have to review the ordinance because when your district were established, I want to say back in 1995, 96, the ordinance was very specific as to what type of improvements will be allowed for the use of any special taxing district dollars. So we just need to review the ordinance because any enhancements can be viewed as something extra, additional outside of the scope of your special guard gate district and might be in violation of your actual ordinance. So that's one of those things that we would have to review the actual ordinance to see what is permitted and what is considered a landscape amendment, right? Is it a tree? Is it just a hedge, plant material, grass? Those are the specifics we need to narrow down to ensure that we're staying consistent and conformance with the actual ordinance for your district.
So fair enough. Could I request that you give us an update, say within, say 2 weeks? You know, if you think that's reasonable, so that we don't have to wait until the following meeting, 3-4 months down the line, to make a decision back then.
Yeah, and I'm sure through Jeremy, once we find out the answer, we'll blind copy the entire board with what can be done in this district.
Well, just Elsa and I were a big part when those guard gates came in. I'm almost sure it's going to be restricted to the guard gate area, but let's find out because that's close enough to the guard gate area. We might be able to do that, but I wouldn't hold my breath. I'm pretty sure that was very narrowed, just like if it was narrowed that we have to have a guard at every guard gate. I'm pretty sure that's restricted because we went through hell and back to get those guard gates passed. Remember, Elsa?
Oh, yeah.
Especially on the east side where we had non-Royal Oaks homes. Right? So I bet anything that's going to be restricted. You know, we could improve the guard gate area. We could add landscaping there. But outside of that, I think but let's find out. I think that's close enough to find out. That's right across the street from it. So let's find out if we can do that or not. You know?
All right.
Okay. All right, perfect. I will get back to you guys on that.
Thank you, Will. Anything else from anyone on new business? Any ideas?
I don't know if this is on the agenda, Jerry, but do you have on the agenda, because I can't open it on my phone, that the Miami Laker reached out to us to ask about the LPRs, what we had done, if
no, and that was actually meant to go under the LPR update, but we kind of like blurred in and out of it. So let me go ahead and just provide that information. So we were contacted originally way back when we first started the project from the Laker, looking to do a piece on what your guys' districts have done as far as instituting these LPRs, and more so that they wanted to find a few questions about how you guys were able to do it. We provided them the basic information. And then, as Marcos is stating, they are looking to do a actual photo image as well to tie to their story. With that, in consultation with PD and our communications team, I was actually advised that we should try to deter the actual images of A, the guardhouse, and B, the actual location of the cameras for obvious reasons. We don't want to show our hand, and that's the biggest thing that PD wanted to make sure that they passed across to me, is that while these things are vandal proof, while these things can catch images at very, very high speeds, we don't want to give any we don't want to give any tips on how we can be beat, and that's where I want to make sure that I bring that in the loop with you guys as we continue to discuss with the Laker. Marcos, but correct me if I'm wrong, they wanted to meet on Friday.
Yeah, but I would agree with that. He also said he could do the piece without going out there. So I'm all on board with that. Let's not go out there. Let's just do the piece. Basically, the questions they asked, guys, were, okay, how is this paid for? You know, what's the theory behind the LPR? And basically the questions that were answered is that because Metro-Dade turned it over to Miami Lakes, and there's a committee on the East and West that are stakeholders, and we could give the council advice, and then the council is the ultimate authority to approve or disapprove, that we were able to first save the residents $100 to $200, because if you remember, the east side saved closer to, the west side saved about 100. Now both budgets are proportionate. So that's the first thing that this committee worked on. The second thing was there were very high maintenance costs, and we were able to put the new barricades and the new gate arms. And then last but not least, you know, the purpose of the guard gates are to enhance security. And that's why we all look into the LPRs, and that's gone into effect. But I'm with Jeremy. I don't think we should meet with them there, let them write their article, because what they want to do is inform other associations or neighborhood. What's the acronym for what we do now? I know it's
Neighborhood Service District,
right?
NSDs.
A lot of those NSDs are saying like, hey, how could we do this as well? Because I mean, the more secure we make our entire town, the better it is. When we were starting to do LPRs, if we would have thought that we'd have all these issues that we have in our country right now, we would have done this sooner, right? You know, the more, I mean, you can never make it foolproof, but you know, the more you do, the better. So I'm with Jamie. I think they write the article, but I don't think that we should meet. He said that wasn't necessary anyway.
So yeah, so then what? I'll have Claricel and our communications teams. We'll reach back out to the Laker.
Well, I want to make sure everybody else feels that way. Does everybody else feel that way too?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't see a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't have to know where the cameras are.
Right.
And ideally, we would even try to steer them towards what PD offered as a supplement would be just get them the picture of the catalog of the actual image or a rendering of the image of the camera, but leaving it at that. To steer. We would prefer no image of the actual guardhouse being taken at all.
Correct.
No, I agree. Just send them a picture of how the camera looks, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then they can write the article based on what we have done, and that's it.
And then we have LPRs in our communities. They don't even have to know which community. You know, I mean, they just know the Royal Oaks community. So.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Hey, so Omero asked about new items. So when we're talking about cameras, I think the LPR are great. I think that was a good decision that we as a board made as a suggestion for the council. But I still think that we have a gap when it comes to video security. A clear example is what Eddie was mentioning earlier, that if in the way out somebody knocks down the guard gate, we don't have a footage of that. And the LPR give us a picture of the tag. So and if the guard gate happens to be on a break or on a restroom break, I feel that we still have a gap when it comes to security and being able to have video footage of the guard gates.
If they take it to court, there's going to be no recourse at all. I mean, all they have to do is take it to court, and no one. I mean, they're not going to get found guilty and have to pay.
But if you show video,
I'm saying if you know what I'm saying, because we don't have video,
right?
We don't, and all we have is an LPR. That's not going to a license plate, and even the guard, you know, who's usually on the phone, is not going to. It's just not going to stand up, you know, and I'm not, you know, whether that's that important or not, but I do think there is that video missing.
I mean, it doesn't have to be, we already have like the lifeguard there, right? That's gonna keep the criminals away, right? Because they see somebody's watching. We have the LPR that is gonna give us the security to detect who's coming, who's up to not good before they even know that we're watching them, right? But I think if we had something, I use in my house the Ring camera, and it's low cost. If we have something like that, you know, that because in an instance, so let's say for example, somebody knocks down the guard gate, right, and the guard comes outside, and that person is like half a mile down the street. You know, we can call the police and say, hey, you know, can you look at the video footage for the past half an hour, or even if it was the night before, you can look at the history, and it's a low cost, you know, security feature that we can enhance the guard gates if we don't want to invest in a commercial or professional
But I guarantee that the security ADT, I mean, I forgot the name of the company, but I guarantee that they have all that available, and we just would have to inquire on how much added it would be. You know?
Yeah, I think what Anson is saying, when we had the presentation, I think Angel, we spoke about that, and I think they do have that service, and we're just gonna have to pay extra for that. But I think with those cameras, Jesus, I think we can get what you're saying, the extra video.
It should not be very expensive. I mean, that's just basic. Yeah. I mean, just a little small, you know, that's all. With this day and age, it's so cheap now.
Yeah, maybe Jeremy can look into that and see how much extra would that cost the NSTD.
Let's go ahead and motion it just so I can make sure I put that clearly in the record as well.
Go ahead, Jesus, make that motion.
Well, make a motion to ask our Les and Jeremy to look into the cost of adding cameras to the guard gates and to enhance the video security.
I second that.
Okay, and perhaps maybe instead the wording adding cameras with the same cameras that we have is just adding the extra service of the video.
Yeah, because those cameras are there. They're just old. We got to replace.
Yeah,
those
but
cameras.
again, they're going to replace those cameras. I mean, I have cameras in my house that are 6 years old, and the technology changes so quick. But they're so inexpensive. I mean, they're nothing.
You know? Like Jesus says, we can go with the ring, ring type of camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Inexpensive. Okay, so I think we can take a vote on that motion. So everybody in favor of it, raise your hand. So we're okay with it. Will, Eddie, everyone, okay. Thank you. Any new business? Anything else? So I think we're okay. Jeremy, anything else? Angel.
I don't have any other items or updates at the moment. One thing real quick that I did want to bring up that I was doing minutes previously, and we actually have to circle back to that before we can close out this meeting tonight. Did everyone have a chance to actually read the minutes that were also attached to the calendar invite?
Yeah, because we have to approve those minutes. I have to make a motion for the approval before we close this meeting. So I would like to make a motion. Did everybody read them?
Yes.
Yes. So I would like to make a motion to go ahead and approve the minutes from the May 11th meeting that we had.
I second.
Okay, everybody in favor, raise your hand. So minutes are approved.
Okay, and then with that, the one, yes.
I just want to tell you, I'm sorry, you know, you excuse me for all the emails I send you every day, you know, but you know, I am around and look at everything.
Believe me, none of that is a bother to me. You guys are extra eyes for me. I make on the average probably 1 or 2 trips to at least all the guard houses, just to check in with the guards for the most part, see if there's anything that I can assist them with, and also to see if there's any updates. So if you guys can always send me anything, feel free. It doesn't bother me. I'm here to work for you guys. So believe me, it's not a concern for me.
Yeah, I went out the other day and I saw you taking some pictures there, you know.
No, and I went the other day with Jeremy to a couple guard gates, and he knows them by first name. So he obviously is communicating with those guard gates. He knows them by first name. They have a relationship, so we appreciate that, Jeremy.
We do. Let's try to get those signs up.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we do need that.
Yeah.
So people can be aware that you break it, you're gonna pay for it.
It's gonna cost you money.
Okay,
Minimum,
so
right.
I'll
So
go
we
ahead
don't
and
tap into our reserves.
Yeah.
I'll push that up at the front of then.
Please.
My work now. One thing I did want to bring up though that was mentioned in those minutes and was brought up last meeting was the painting of the guardhouse.
Yes.
For that, I would prefer to see what tones we were looking at before I even tried to send any concepts or anything. I know we just stated very similar, but I also don't want to go ahead and paint. From what I understood from the minutes was we don't want it to be the exact. We want a facelift, but staying within the same area. That's just one thing I want to see. What are we looking at as far as the paint colors?
I want people to see that it's been painted. You know, something that you
Yeah,
can tell.
change the color. I would change the color.
You got to stick to lighter colors that are
Right.
the new style, because if you go to those older developments with the oranges and stuff, that looks terrible.
And that's what I wanted to look into. So more of a modern look.
Because
That's what we're looking at.
I'm telling you, it's changed. The colors have gotten lighter, so you got to go with a new style, man. You know.
Okay.
It looks like it's updated.
I might have some ideas. You know, I'm an architect by trade, so I can help you on that. And even on to try to getting that modern look, we can even and it's very inexpensive to go ahead and paint the tile roof, and it will give it more life. You know, with sort of like a bronze. And I can get you some colors so Jeremy can pass it along to everyone, and then we'll go ahead and take a vote via email. And,
So then, yeah, what we'll look to do is
modern.
I'll work with Homero, and I'll just bring a couple of options before the committee at a next meeting. And or if we don't schedule anything, I can go ahead and just blind copy everyone and see what
Right.
the consensus is.
Can we have that before Christmas?
That's the whole idea, so we can have it before Christmas.
So we want to have
So-
a nice neighborhood by Christmas.
Just keep in mind, when we say before Christmas, I'm working up till September 30th for this year's fiscal budget. So I don't foresee it happening within this fiscal year's budget, just because of the repairs for grounds maintenance that we've done thus far. If we go ahead and want to, if it's something that the board approves, I don't see an issue with four smaller guardhouses being painted between the span of October 1st and December, let's say 10th. So I think it's feasible definitely to have it by then.
Beautiful.
It will look nice, Manny, with the new signs. Okay, so
It's going to look beautiful this Christmas.
definitely, and we need it. We need a good 2021.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
You know,
We're going to have decoration all over the place.
definitely. Well, anything else, guys? I think we're all okay. So I guess we can go ahead and close this meeting. So it's about what? 9:15. So meeting adjourns at 9:15.
Thanks, everyone.
Motion it, second it, and close it out just to make sure
I'm
that we're all
making the
agreed.
motion to go ahead and close this meeting at
Second.
9:15. So anybody else second?
Second.
Everybody in favor, raise your hand. Everyone
Yes.
close it. We're done.
Good night, guys.
Great job. Thank you guys once again, and gals. I'm also recognizing Elsa and Barbara there. So thank you guys
you.
for your time.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
Good night. Take care.
Have a great week. Bye-bye.
Help desk, IT. Anyone there?